This leads us then to a working post-communist definition of communism. So far we have cited two definitions of communism. Marx's original formulation, the abolition of human self-alienation, a definition which, as we argued, owed much to the Christian theological currents prevalent in German philosophy at the time, and Lenin's formulation which, in order to separate communism tactically from West European social democratic parties, argued for an authoritarian centralized apparatus and the violent overthrow of so-called imperialist states. Our third formulation is not original. It was coined by the French Marxist philosopher, Althusser, but its great strength is that it cannot be rendered obsolete, either directly or by association, by the historical failure of communist states. It states simply that communism is the absence of relationships based on the market. Althusser called this the only possible definition of communism. 40. He went on to say that it is a definition true to the spirit of Marx, that aspects of it already exist in the modern world and, most importantly, that the Soviet state could never serve as an example of this definition. Beyond the Soviet state, beyond vulgar caricatures of communism that still inhabit the public consciousness, it is a fitting definition for the modern era in which market relationships continue to damage human relationships, and perpetuate poverty. The absence of relationships based on the market implies the presence of relationships based on values that are not dollar-denominated but socially determined. They may have a market price, but they need not deliver a financial return on investment. Investments in culture, healthcare, schooling, transport, public buildings, and parks deliver not a financial but a human and social return. They are good in their own right. We may say that it is impossible to realize this goal fully, but it is not utopian to approximate it. 78. Finally, we may consider the individualistic corollary to the above definition of communism, one which lends itself less readily to a technocratic solution. This is the theme of self-realization through labor. The grand theme underlying Marx's economic analysis is the recuperation by the majority of mankind of its own capacity for creation. What this implies is not only that a greater part of the surplus generated by the worker should be returned to the worker, allowing him means beyond his daily subsistence, but also that job satisfaction be intrinsic to a happy life. In other words, every human being has the right to meaningful work. Mainstream economics, with its restrictive focus on growth rates and quantitative measures of utility, cannot accommodate more elusive criteria such as meaningfulness or happiness. Instead, it has a tendency to equate economic growth with some greater good, as if prosperity were the sole indicator of communal well-being. The mantra of full employment, or, at least, jobs for the greatest number, generally ignores what kinds of jobs these people are fully employed in. Even when it makes distinctions between low-skilled and high-skilled labor, it tells us nothing of the highly skilled work. A data entry specialist in a software company may have a more sanitary work environment than a meat packer, but in terms of the repetitiveness, and lack of scope for creative thinking or individuation, it represents an equally alienated form of labor. Of the two utopian elements in Marx, that value should be tied to its social, not monetary, profit, and that work should be personally fulfilling. The latter is clearly more elusive. While we expect that enlightened government can value goods whose provision is based on certain non-economic criteria, and subsidize from the surplus wealth generated by the capitalist system, it is much harder to envision a society in which everyone, or even the greatest number, expresses their unique inner selves through the labor process. It would imply a leisure society in which work were analogous to hobbies or other creative pastimes. It would imply a society in which the distinction between work and leisure disappears. Nonetheless, this utopian demand placed on labor that it be individualized and spiritually fulfilling is a useful standard against which the majority of the world's population must measure their own job satisfaction. In the Marxian system, happiness, defined as delienated labor, remains the sine qua non of social reform. But just below that lies the more modest goal of reappropriating the surplus generated by the capitalist system. To have means, whether measured in terms of time or money, to enjoy beyond the labor sold to subsist, is the more immediate challenge that faces theorists, policymakers, and activists looking to temper the severity of the capitalist system. The utopian ideal advocates the right of the worker to a life worthy of a human being. Such an ideal can be contrasted with the animal-like existence of the many, willing, victims of global capitalism. Because such victims are deprived of the surplus created by their labor, because they only earn enough 79 to recreate their dismal existence for yet another day, this ideal still has tremendous potency in the modern world. Furthermore, we can categorically dismiss Marx's radical communist alternative, not just in the facile sense that it did not work in practice, but in the more, in my view, truthful sense, that it was a function of his disenchantment with 19th-century politics. After all, with the benefit of hindsight, we now know that modern democracies can legislate on behalf of the have-nots. The motives for these reforms may not be entirely altruistic, nor are they necessarily initiated by those, the capitalists, whom they benefit least. Nonetheless, instruments of leverage, persuasion, or coercion can carve from the capitalist system certain spaces or arenas that are governed by human as opposed to market values. The absence of relations based on the market Althusser's definition of communism need not be, nor will it ever be, comprehensive. But it can develop in pockets largely fed by the judicious allocation of social surplus in the interest of social equity. The crucial point, from a Marxist perspective, is that these subsidies are not charity but a product of the surplus that exploited labor generates. Poverty alleviation without Marx. It may appear that the global exploitation of low-wage labor coupled with the continued presence of mass poverty and destitution in the developing world, particularly in rural areas, has created fertile ground for a reinvigorated Marxism. Nonetheless, once one strips it of all the theoretical baggage that has been invalidated either by subsequent economists or historical events themselves, one might well question what contribution it can make to alleviating poverty. Yes, Marxism can condemn the systemic and institutional causes of poverty, it can incite riots and strikes, it can sketch out a utopian synergy between the worker and his output, and it can demand that every human being receive a just share of the social surplus. But now, because the communist alternative has proved untenable, because the world is skeptical of radical social transformation, any post-communist inquiry into poverty must make some compromises with the free market. This implies, firstly, that it must accommodate, very much along neoclassical lines, the motives and preferences of individual agents in the marketplace. It cannot, for example, just condemn exploitative wages outright without considering whether or not the worker has alternative employment opportunities, or how these wages compare with his or her previous ones. Just as peasants in medieval Europe or slaves in the post-Civil War South often voluntarily subjected themselves to serfdom, or sharecropping, rather than risk starvation as small farmers 41, so today the rural population of developing countries often gravitates to the factory as a last resort. Secondly, a post-communist Marxist critique must in certain cases take into account the criteria of market efficiency even as it condemns the moral abuses of the market. When, through 80 out the 1990s, striking Romanian coal miners regularly threatened violence and thereby gained concessions from the government, they were artificially sustaining a sector that the market had already determined to be inefficient and obsolete. Or, in the case of the welfare state, if high labor and tax costs in the name of social justice chase investment overseas, then the ideals become self-defeating. Not only does the state lose its critical tax revenue, it must also cope with the fiscal responsibility and the social costs of unemployment that results from industrial flight. As we noted earlier, there are arguments and strategies against the mainstream economic resistance to wage hikes, but these should be advanced cautiously so as not to antagonize investment to the point that it withdraws entirely. Even if the Marxist critique works within the parameters of a market economy, that is, rests content with its critical role to move gradually toward a reduction of market relationships, it must still legitimate itself next to a host of policy prescriptions which share its ideals but not its tactics. There are, for example, interventionist strategies which share the goal of minimizing market relations and or empowering the poor, such as redistributive taxation, microcredit programs, philanthropic contributions, subsidies on health and education, and private/public partnerships. All these, in various ways, help alleviate poverty yet have little in common with Marx's radical demands for social reform. And while most economists would agree that some level of government intervention is critical for addressing poverty, the recommendations vary widely from using state marketing boards to foster export-led growth, to more precisely targeted subsidies for social safety nets. Overall, the modern approach is technocratic, country-specific, and value-neutral, refreshingly hesitant to apply blanket measures to a problem whose complexion varies enormously from case to case. 42 The question then becomes whether in these debates between, on one end, free marketeers who feel that poverty is alleviated by creating jobs and empowering individual agents and, on the other, advocates of statist and redistributive measures which do not, however, accommodate Marx's radicalism. There is still legitimate space for a Marxian contribution. Job creation and income growth. Before we can reach some provisional conclusions, we need to review briefly some of the alternative strategies to poverty alleviation. Of the many arguments put forth by conservatives and free market advocates on the problem of poverty that it is an unfortunate but necessary byproduct of the early stages of capitalism, that it is perpetuated by the irresponsibility of the poor, reckless procreation, laziness, alcohol, and drug abuse, and that public programs for the poor are overly bureaucratic, none is stronger than the argument that the best means to alleviate poverty is through fostering income growth. At least until the early 1980s, it was a general fixture of mainstream 81 economics to link poverty reduction directly to high growth rates. The theory was that income generated through investment and the expansion of the industrial capacity would, through job creation, trickle down to the poor. The trickle-down theory has been subjected to much derision by critics, but, in its defense, it assumes only that man is happiest when self-empowered, when he can directly benefit from the fruits of his own labor. Along these lines, private investment that fosters job creation leads, in the long run, to a more satisfied populace, satisfied because its income is not dependent on charity or state welfare, but only on its own labor. Thus mainstream economics has tended to view increases in per capita GDP, the gross domestic product divided by the population, as positive indicators of economic development. However, besides the fact that growth in per capita GDP reveals very little about how the new wealth is distributed, and often masks large income inequalities, it has been found that it had little overall impact on poverty alleviation. In 1983, at the height of the Reagan/Thatcher eras, Francis Stewart, a leading development economist, concluded, the trickle-down strategy has been effectively demolished as a way of tackling poverty by the fact of increased poverty despite growth in income. 43 Even in those countries which have reduced poverty amidst high income growth rates, the connection between the two is tenuous at best. In the cases of Taiwan and South Korea, two countries often cited as models of income growth-led poverty reduction strategies, interventionist governments actively pursued policies such as rural industrialization and large investments in education and human resources. Korea, in particular, also benefited from the expropriation of large Japanese-owned land holdings after the war. And even when economic growth is accompanied by rises in income among the population, the income gains are often unevenly distributed not just among the classes but among different geographic sectors of the population. For example, Brazil experienced a spectacular doubling of its real GNP between 1967 and 1974, but the rises in income generally favored the urban educated. If one might still imagine that rises in income would enrich the state coffers from which the poor could draw public benefits, Mahbub ul-Haq, an advisor to the United Nations Development Programme, again with reference to Brazil, provides a sobering corrective. Around 82% of the health budget goes to high-cost urban hospitals that serve a small number of people, those who can afford to pay for the services, while only 18% is invested in basic health services. University students are subsidized with public funds at a level 18 times higher than that provided to students in the lower grades, despite the fact that only 1% of university students come from the lowest income groups. Thus, the rich and powerful absorb the lion's share of social sector spending. 44.82. Thus, hidden behind the encouraging numbers are very much in a Marxist vein power structures that ensure that the benefits of growth accrue to a disproportionate degree to the wealthier classes. The evidence collected here makes a compelling case that, in the absence of enlightened state intervention, either income growth has little benefit for the poor or, in cases where growth increases social sector spending, the benefits are distributed disproportionately to the urban middle and upper income sectors of the population. And, foreshadowing our discussion in the following chapter, the linchpin of the problem seems to revolve around the state, a state that either intervenes in favor of the poor or ignores their plight. The World Bank. Our dream is a world free of poverty. World Bank Mission Statement. Even if the hopes vested in job creation and the trickle-down theory now appear, at best, naive, and, at worst, immoral, it would be facile to set up an antagonistic polarity between a free market apathy and left-wing compassion. It would be facile because, since the Second World War, a number of institutions have emerged to allocate financial resources and expertise to the problem of poverty in the developing world. Although there are many such institutions, the World Bank dwarfs all of them in terms of its financial resources. $28 billion lent to developing countries in 1998 alone, compared to $4.5 billion, the entire budget of the UN for social and economic problems. 45. Founded in 1944 as an institution to foster reconstruction in war-ravaged Europe, the World Bank has since broadened its scope to the whole developing world under a specific mandate to fight poverty with passion and professionalism for lasting results. 46. While, during the Cold War, it was often seen as a capitalist vehicle of conscience, particularly American, waging a propaganda war with the Soviet Union for the hearts and souls of the Third World oppressed, recently it claims to have adopted a more independent position. Now, less dogmatic in its thinking, more prone to an inclusive approach, and armed with a cadre of sociologists, anthropologists, and social sector experts, it actively seeks to be the prime mover in poverty reduction throughout the globe. The World Bank is still in no hurry to forego its ideological affection for the free market. But it, along with many major players in the aid community, has come to recognize that money alone, whether in the form of loans or investment, has done little to alleviate the structural causes of poverty in less developed countries. 47. Instead, the process, they acknowledge, has amounted to the transfer of capital into leaky containers, that is, into corrupt or incompetent institutional environments that have squandered and 83. Abused the funds received. Now, under such rubrics as good governance, the promotion of transparent and disinterested institutional structures, and conditionality making the disbursement of loans dependent on institutional and policy reform, the World Bank is trying to adjust its policies to better accommodate the poor. Microcredit programs lending to small entrepreneurs who lack the financial strength or collateral to secure funds from conventional banks have applied free market principles to empower the poor while at the same time fostering financial discipline and self-esteem, two character traits which welfare benefits cannot provide. And in response to widespread mismanagement of natural resource revenue by African governments, Nigeria and its squandered petrodollars is the most notorious example. The World Bank, in a pipeline project in Chad, has recently pioneered the innovative use of escrow accounts, accounts held and managed by a third party to ensure compliance with certain contractual obligations, in order to guarantee that government royalties are targeted to social sector spending, not private pockets. However, despite these recent efforts, there are a number of reasons why the World Bank's efforts to alleviate poverty have not had very promising results. These range from an in-house incentive and promotion culture dictated more by the need to disperse loans than to create an effective project, poor oversight and follow-up on projects, and, despite its image of cosmopolitanism, diversity, an ideologically homogeneous staff of mainly us-educated economists still heavily under the sway of mainstream economics. Lords of Poverty, Graham Hancock's highly critical study of aid and development agencies, provides many examples of the problematic culture of the World Bank. In 1986, when then World Bank President Barbara Conable wanted to streamline operations and lay off 700 executives, it cost the bank $175 million, or enough to pay for the elementary school education of over 60,000 poor children. What is more, irrespective of the high cost of severance pay, it is notoriously difficult to fire anyone at the bank, most of all the so-called deadwood of ineffective middle managers. There is no real culture of reprimanding beyond removing incompetent staff from line positions and sending them further up the ladder, or into consultancy limbo. As for general incompetence, here the bank's own self-critical assessment is damning enough. According to an internal audit carried out in 1987, out of a representative sample of 189 projects worldwide, 106 or almost 60% were either complete failures, or had serious shortcomings. 48 Further facts speak for themselves. Although it has lent $250 billion to developing countries since its inception in 1944, there are still 1 billion people living in desperate poverty. Even worse, such lending has done little to reduce income inequalities between richer and poorer nations, which have, in fact, doubled over the last 30 years. 49. Despite these shortcomings, while both the World Bank and its chief critics, at least on the left of the political spectrum, have poverty alleviation 84 as their main objective, the former can claim the higher ground in at least one respect. It is under routine pressure to make significant cross-the-board policy prescriptions which have high media visibility, and are highly sensitive to social and political repercussions. At times, these prescriptions betray the neoliberal faith in the benefits of economic growth, or a preference for reducing public expenditure rather than raising taxes. However, these criticisms notwithstanding, radical critics who employ emotionally charged rhetoric about exploitation and abuses of power, often without awareness of the local realities, expose themselves to the countercharge of naivete and amateurism. 50 Although now both the World Bank and IMF are routinely subjected to grassroots demonstrations, during the April 2000 protests in Washington many of the activists interviewed by this author could only draw a primitive cartoon of the bank, a puppet in the hands of U.S. imperialism and American transnational corporations. Many could not tell the difference between the IMF and the World Bank, had no awareness of the World Bank's extensive research into poverty in the developing world, nor an understanding of the considerable leverage which sovereign loan recipients have in how their money is spent. 51 This may have been a failure of the activist leadership, or its deliberate strategy. It is much simpler to generate hostility toward a foe with the use of caricatures. But given the level of ignorance, it is no wonder that, despite all their idealism and success in generating media attention, the extent of their disruption was primarily limited to blocking the commuter traffic around the World Bank and IMF buildings. Uninformed radicalism faces an uphill battle to seriously challenge the bank, but informed radicalism has challenged the forward motion of policies that have a negative impact on the poor. A case in point is the Structural Adjustment Programs, SAPs, which many developing countries embarked on in the late 1970s and early 1980s, under heavy pressure from the World Bank and IMF. In order to contain inflation and stabilize their economies, governments were encouraged to reduce social spending such as health, sanitation, and education programs, reductions that disproportionately affected the poor. And policies to develop cash crops for export to increase foreign exchange not only had a negative impact on the environment, they also displaced peasants in favor of capital-intensive plantations. 52 If, as the bank claims, poverty alleviation is its main objective, then the SAPs were a disastrous bungle of the highest order. The litany of damages, according to one expert referring particularly to Africa, was as follows. First, restraints on government expenditure were associated with a curtailment of public investment and therefore deteriorating infrastructure. Secondly, tight monetary policy, Foreign exchange shortages, depressed expectations, and deficient infrastructure led to reduced private investment. Thirdly, cuts in public expenditure per capita on education further weakened the human resource base. 53.85. The World Bank itself glosses over this dark period by simply noting that in the early 1980s, policy-based adjustment lending overshadowed the bank's poverty reduction objectives, and then, goes on to note, but eventually enabled the bank to address more effectively the relationship between poverty and the policy environment. 54. Given that it encouraged the reduction of social safety net spending, it is not clear exactly what better understanding it gained of the policy environment appropriate for poverty alleviation. As we have noted above, the bank has now gone beyond simplistic linkage between economic growth and poverty reduction. Its understanding of development has evolved toward a more sensitive appreciation of the social costs of unfettered capitalism, and it has made strides together with their sovereign borrowers, to address these concerns. But on the whole, it remains ideologically hostile toward aggressive state intervention in favor of the poor, and often uses deceptive information to defend laissez-faire policies. Because the World Bank has now positioned itself as an ally of the poor, and because it has orchestrated a consistent campaign to convince its critics that its free market dogma is a stigma of its past, this is a serious charge and bears closer examination. To give just one example, in a recent study of labor issues around the globe 55, the World Bank argued against the minimum wage ostensibly to support the interests of the poor. Following mainstream textbook wisdom, it claimed that 1. The minimum wage priced low-skilled labor out of the market, or forced employer and employee to bargain separately outside of the formal labor market. 2. That such measures have little bearing on the rural poor, the highest segment of poor, who operate in informal markets unprotected by the minimum wage, and 3. That it raised production costs thereby reducing employment. Each of these arguments can be proved or disproved depending on various country case studies. The only interesting aspect for our purposes is the extent to which the bank operates from a flawed starting point. Instead of determining the basic wage necessary for subsistence and then fostering policies to achieve it, it constantly steers the argument toward the market distortions the minimum wage creates, or its macroeconomic outcome. Its starting point is macro, not micro, the broader investment climate, not the needs of the worker. Consistent with mainstream economics, the bank argued that increases in the minimum wage negatively affect productivity, force layoffs, and deprive workers of employment opportunities, workers who are, for whatever reason, willing to work at any price. In short, it argued that increases in the minimum wage, and minimum wages in general, are opposed to economic expansion and job creation. But recent research shows that there is an increasingly weak link between the minimum wage and low-wage employment opportunities. Using models which expand the cost structure of wages to include intangibles such as recruiting, training, and motivating low-wage workers, a recent study by Jared Bernstein and John Schmidt has found that, while only marginally affecting employment opportunities, minimum wages 86 in the United States have been an effective instrument to raise earnings of low-wage workers. 56 What this suggests is that in many cases profits supply a sufficient buffer for the employer to absorb marginal wage increases. It also suggests that, for low-skilled labor, wages are less related to the profits they generate than to the market price they command. They are, as Marx discovered, determined by the cost required to sustain the laboring power, but little else beyond. Nonetheless, however much the World Bank remains loyal to the supposed iron laws of mainstream economics, it is safe to say that ideological constraints are now less obstructive to its work than political and administrative issues. The fact of the matter is, World Bank lending programs are generally the outcome of complex political negotiations between the bank and sovereign borrowers. In this climate, often clouded by a local culture of corruption, or by unproductive political wrangling within the bank itself, both bank and borrower often lose sight of poverty reduction objectives. Furthermore, the bank is crippled by overlap and duplication of effort, a messy chain of command, resistance to reform, and member country mafias that promote their own regardless of competence. The bank is no longer a pawn of American imperialism, as many of its critics contend. But given these shortcomings, reform seems unlikely anytime soon. Given the bank's often legitimate criticism of its critics, i.e., that they do not understand its internal workings, perhaps it is best to conclude with a recent internal document, subsequently leaked to the press. In direct and undiplomatic language rarely heard at the institution, the bank staff summarize their woes better than any critic ever could. We are overburdened with growing, uncoordinated and or underfunded mandates that are given to us all the time. We are disheartened by the lack of any clear direction. And we are concerned that the management rhetoric of teamwork, culture, ethics, accountability, is the mantra adopted by senior management but which we see practiced far too rarely. Bank staff today are more demoralized than ever. This does not make for a productive environment in which staff can be challenged to work towards the important goal of a world without poverty. 57. Philanthropy. We have discovered that the mainstream paradigm of job creation and income growth has done little to alleviate poverty other than to keep the poor at or below the subsistence level. And even in cases where poor countries profited in aggregate from per capita income growth, the benefits both in terms of personal income and increased public subsidies were unevenly distributed. We have also seen that the World Bank, however sincere its 87 anti-poverty commitment may be, has not sufficiently resolved its ideological and administrative problems to implement its poverty reduction mandate effectively. If such paradigms or institutions have had mixed results, and if the non-Marxist is ideologically opposed to the reappropriation of surplus either by allocating a greater share of profits to the worker, or, more typically, via redistributive taxation, then appeals are often made for philanthropy to fill the gap. Philanthropy, or charity, is consistent with free market ideology in that it invests the wealthy individual with the freedom and right to decide on whether and how he wishes his surplus income to be distributed. In contrast to taxation, which die-hard free market advocates and many wealthy individuals see as a punitive charge for working hard, philanthropy is the main channel by which they willingly allocate their surplus to the worst off. In the most neutral terms, one's position toward philanthropy depends on 1. One's faith in government to allocate surplus in the form of tax revenue toward the public good, 2. One's attitude toward both the right and competence of private individuals to disperse their surplus wealth among charitable causes effectively. These 2 points fundamentally conflict because, due to the tax incentives that foster philanthropy, any private allocation of surplus wealth automatically deprives the government of tax revenue. Thus, the real question is not whether wealth is available to alleviate poverty, it most certainly is, but whether private endowments do a better job than governments. This is the fundamental question. One could catalogue at length the individual acts of goodness by the rich, and all the individuals who profited from them, but what interests us most are the structural and systemic benefits of this philanthropy. The fact is that despite the retinue of advisors who vet proposals and are supposed to prevent overlap, in reality the outcome of philanthropic giving is often eclectic, piecemeal and utilitaristic. There is a good deal of vanity mixed in with the altruism, a trend reflected in often disproportionate donations to elite universities, often the alma maters of the philanthropist, projects which offer commercial tie-ins or enhance the profile of the giver's corporation, or whimsical pet projects based on the personal interests of the donor. In the latter case, this means not only that the new breed of philanthropists wants its personal stamp on its choice of projects, but it also wants the gratification of power, of seeing a clear and simple link between their donation and its return. And even when the giving is relatively selfless, such as the tradition of church charity, the effects are generally stopgap and temporary. Some charities will feed, others will clothe, others will feed and clothe, but provide little shelter, and all do so only at certain times and places. There is no contract, no legal or constitutional obligation, no system in place that would guarantee the provision of these goods over a long-term period and at a consistent rate. Instead, such measures are for the most part designed as a temporary reprieve from misery. 88. Christmas gift collection, the school children's canned food drive, the summer camp for ghetto children. All such efforts are not to be mocked. But they are at best a temporary bomb. The degree of philanthropy in a given country is often a direct function of the efficiency of the government redistribution of income and its commitment to social services. Europeans are quite rightly baffled by the emphasis Americans proudly place on voluntarism and philanthropy for the simple reason that these are normally duties charged to the state. Welfare states have naturally fewer philanthropic institutions than more laissez-faire countries because they tax surplus wealth more heavily. But precisely because such states have done a better job at alleviating widespread poverty, the burden of proof that philanthropy is an effective surrogate to redistributive taxation lies with those countries, such as the United States, that heavily rely on and incentivize it, through tax deductions. Ultimately, the problem is not only one of vanity, but also coordination and competence. For philanthropy, as a poverty alleviator, to be an effective alternative to government intervention, it must not only distribute an equal or greater amount of surplus, it must do so in a more efficient and targeted manner. And this is an impossible task. Only a centralized body, with its centralized data collection, staff of experts, and nationwide network, can determine and satisfy systemic social needs. Even while acknowledging some of the shortcomings of the bureaucratic welfare state, there is still much to be said for the coordinated approach, one that harks back to the state socialism of Ferdinand Lassalle and Louis Blanc. In its untainted innocence, it expresses faith in the strength of collective wisdom, as reflected in this piece of Blanquist pamphleteering. Q. Why is it desirable for the government to take the initiative in social regeneration? A. Because it is too vast a work to be easily accomplished by isolated individual attempts. It requires nothing less than the united energies of all, powerfully exercised by the most upright and intelligent. The government undertaking to regenerate society is like the head consulting for the health of the body. 58. After decades of massive state investment in poverty relief, our faith in the government as the sole locus of reform may be a little less absolute than Louis Blanc's, but there is a timeless validity to the notion that coordinated efforts of the best minds are more effective than the sporadic good wishes of volunteers. This central organ need not necessarily be the government, if wealthy individuals inherently distrust it, or feel that their wealth will be misallocated toward causes that they have no personal stake in. But then this is not a problem of government in general, but a question of the legitimacy 89 of particular governments. For tax evasion and tax-free charitable giving will rise in proportion to the citizenry's mistrust of government to allocate their surplus wealth properly. But philanthropy is not the answer. It only reflects the inadequacy of the state and the vanity of the rich. In short, if the poor must be passive recipients of proactive benevolence, if hospitals and schools must appeal to a benefactor to receive medical equipment or textbooks, this represents less the good heart of fellow citizens than a failure of the state to distribute social goods equitably. The common ground, the theory of human capital, the surest escape route from poverty, the poor's ability to accumulate human capital. World Bank, Poverty Reduction Handbook 59. As we have noted above, the Marxist view sees poverty in terms of systemic exploitation that deprives low-skilled workers of their rightful income. But the opposing view, that the poor are responsible for their condition and that in a market economy, hard work, discipline, and innovation will be rewarded, also has a certain credibility. Commonly then, the debate breaks down into a squabble about how to determine the boundaries of individual responsibility, and how to apportion blame. Wherever the Marxist sees a victim of economic injustice, the capitalist finds an autonomous agent who chooses not to work hard enough to improve his station in life. Wherever Marx blames institutional forces for the fate of the poor, the capitalist traditionally sees poverty as a natural fact of life, but one whose barriers are not insurmountable, given particularly the number of highly successful merchants and businessmen who have risen from the most humble conditions. These two views, the one monolithic, the other more individualistic, are at such loggerheads that the only way to find some common ground is to examine the issue abstracted from ideological prejudice. One promising area of common ground seems to lie in what economists call human capital theory, the inquiry into the relation between a worker's income and the investment in his self-development, i.e., his human capital. Its origins go back as far as Adam Smith, who noted that a man educated at the expense of much labor or time must be expected to earn over and above the usual wages the whole expenses of his education, with at least the ordinary profits of an equally valuable capital. 60 and more recently gained a rigorous analytical foundation in the pioneering work of Gary Becker in the 1960s. 61 Human capital theory is, in one sense, ideology-free. It simply states that in a free market commodity prices are determined by relative scarcity, and the relative scarcity of skilled labor is higher than that of unskilled. Therefore, to improve one's wages, it makes sense to invest in 90. Education and training to acquire new skills. Underlying all of this is a meritocratic assumption: skills are not innate but acquired. For Marx, self-development and self-realization lie at the heart of his philosophy, not so much in terms of achieving higher material reward, but in the more abstract sense of achieving satisfaction through labor. But the historical conditions in which he wrote led him to assume a rather static view toward unskilled labor. In the mid-19th century, the proletariat was, in terms of its skill level, frozen in place. It had no access to education nor the means to pay for it. Therefore, the idea of human capital theory in terms of providing access to opportunity, although in a certain sense it has close kinship to Marxist ideals, was unrealistic under those historical conditions. Barred from any hope of self-development, the poor were driven to seek more radical solutions. In the modern era of mass education, such opportunities are theoretically open to the poor. However, because poverty and inequality persist despite these opportunities, any hopes vested in them must be qualified by the numerous obstacles that bar access to their full enjoyment. Although we can make allowances for inequalities of beauty, health, intellect, discipline, etc., we can still conclude that access to opportunity depends on a number of factors that are class-dependent. For example, the U.S. education system is often cited as an example of a meritocratic system, one which raises skill levels and therefore wages, and is available to all those willing to work hard, independent of their material wealth. Some have even argued that higher education, open to all irrespective of their background, has replaced income as the arbiter of class position. 62 All this is true, and yet, upon closer inspection, a number of material considerations do come into play when considering the relative access to such opportunity. When the poor go to college, they defer entry onto the labor market. This means not only that they cannot contribute to the family's subsistence, but also that they must burden the family's financial resources. In addition, as part of their financial aid package, a stipulation of almost all but the wealthiest colleges is that one also works on campus. This cuts into study time and socializing, both of which are fundamental to the college experience. Furthermore, with the increasingly competitive entry to U.S. elite universities, middle and upper-income families now regularly employ private tutors to boost test scores for their children, a luxury few poor families can afford. Thus, there are a number of invisible barriers which create an uneven playing field. One can theoretically assume that investments in self-development will be rewarded through higher wages, but in practice these investments require a set of environmental and familial conditions independent of the factor of hard work, the rather prosaic determinant of wealth and poverty favored in the conservative perspective on poverty. To gain the necessary skills and move into a higher paying position requires not only that such surplus generators as credit and education are 91 available, but that the worker is able to forego wage payments during his or her retraining time. But many poor whose wages support a family cannot afford the luxury of not working. The point then is not that low wages are unfair, though if they are below subsistence level they most certainly are, but rather that the opportunities through education and training to move to a higher wage are not evenly distributed. One needs both time, understood as unpaid wages, plus the resources and/or the state-subsidized opportunities to advance that self-development. Time, as Marx states, is the room of human development. A man who has no free time to dispose of, whose whole lifetime, apart from the mere physical interruptions by sleep, meals, and so forth, is absorbed by his labor for the capitalist, is less than a beast of burden. He is a mere machine for producing foreign wealth, broken in body and brutalized in mind. Yet the whole history of modern industry shows that capital, if not checked, will recklessly and ruthlessly work to cast down the whole working class to this utmost state of degradation. 63. Despite its polemical tone, this is an uncontroversial statement. Time, either in the form of extra leisure, or in the ability to defer wages during a period of self-development, is necessary to accumulate surplus. Though they would not necessarily posit it in terms of an antagonistic relation between capital and wage, proponents of market-led poverty alleviation such as the World Bank make a similar point. Wage differentials depend on skill levels, which in turn depend on education. Furthermore, access to education and the ability to pursue it depend on freedom from basic wants. Thus, we could say that below the primary good of education, the major benefit of surplus time and money, as well as the major vehicle of self-development, lie a host of secondary basic infrastructure needs such as sewage, roads, health care, whose existence does not necessarily enhance education, but whose absence certainly hampers it. Finally, we should allow ourselves one utopian conceit. The enticements of capitalist consumer culture distort the working class's vision of its own potential, a potential hidden not in money but in time. It is time that allows the worker to nourish the familial bond, to interact with friends and acquaintances, and, ultimately, through education and training, to make something more of himself than he already is. But the poor are more likely to forego surplus time in favor of extra income. Though their wages may be low, they will often work longer hours and more days to compensate. In doing so, they may approximate the living standard of the middle class, and wear its accoutrements with barely disguised pride. Yet not many of the working poor will work fewer hours to attend night school and acquire a degree that will allow them to earn more money for a shorter working week. It is a rare case of willpower that will forego immediate gratification in 92. Favor of future reward. No amount of structural reform can disburden the individual from that responsibility. Politically dictating a living wage, or the efficient redistribution of surplus, will not, in and of itself, refocus the individually determined priorities of the poor. Thus, the hope must remain that the poor are not only offered the opportunity to improve their human capital, but that they also understand the value of improving it. Conclusion. Both Marxists and mainstream economists would concur that the individual's exit strategy from poverty depends on accumulating surplus, which in turn, depends on equitable access to social services. Where Marx distinguishes himself is in his skepticism about the ability of capitalism to reform itself willingly, and about the commitment of the state, dictated as it is by the interests of the middle and upper income sectors, to distribute surplus wealth equitably. Marx is uninterested in the effects of capitalist exploitation. He wants to go to the root causes, which he finds in the wage system. Because the profit incentive conspires to keep wages for unskilled labor down, because wages are connected to the subsistence level basket of good rather than the value of the commodity produced, because that subsistence has a minimum toward which all wages drive whereas profits have no maximum, and finally, because no increase in wages or decrease in labor time will change the fundamental antagonism between capitalist and worker, he advocates the abolition of the wage system altogether. By this he does not mean to abolish remuneration, but rather a system where labor is a commodity in a marketplace that conspires to sink the average standard of wages, or to push the value of labor more or less to its minimum limit. 64. Although Marx saw the reappropriation of surplus value as the key escape channel from poverty, he held out little hope that this could be done through incremental measures, and least of all, if it were a negotiation process between capital and labor. Instead, radical political action would have to lead the way. Such political action would direct itself toward the kind of poverty for which there were answers. Thus, it would exclude the absolute poor, those who cannot work, nor make ends meet, and concentrate instead on poverty born of the theft of labor power. Once popular revolt had brought about the requisite changes, then the state would no longer be in collusion with ruling class interests. It would either wither away or, through some form of central control, become a neutral arbiter administering public goods. The equitable access to these goods would allow for self-development and ultimately a style of life as envisioned in Marx's communist utopia. In the following chapter on corruption, we will examine why the modern state often fails to redistribute surplus. If poverty represents the failure of the market to distribute goods equitably, corruption represents the inability of the state to compensate for that failure. It is therefore the logical next 93 theme in our investigation. The baton now passes from economic to political science. In the capitalist system, the odds are so stacked against the working poor that there is frankly no economic solution. To reallocate surplus which the capitalist system generates, an enlightened state and political culture are required. 94. 4. Corruption. Politics is the only alliance by which contemporary philosophy can come true. 1. K. Marx. In the previous chapter, all our arguments coalesced around the idea of social surplus and its redistribution. If it is unappealing to either expropriate property, because it is unlawful and dishonest, or return to the worker his personal surplus value, because it is so difficult to determine, then we are left with the more abstract scenario of social surplus. Along these lines, the surplus that the worker under capitalism generates but that, for whatever reason, cannot be returned to the worker directly, through better wages and benefits, can be reallocated by an enlightened state. A state, through the revenue it generates from taxation, a form of social surplus, can allocate funds to alleviate poverty and social strife. It can make public goods more accessible to the poor, and it can provide the poor with the tools to enhance their human capital and thereby their value on a free and open labor market. So why does this not happen? Why do we have democratic states grounded in principles of life, liberty, and justice for all, that provide little if any means for the poor to better their lives? In the following chapter, we wish to address this dilemma in terms of the concept of corruption. If poverty is the ugly face of unregulated capitalism, corruption is the ugly face of unfinished democracy. Unfinished because, though the liberal tradition has often viewed democracy as a set of freedoms from, most recently in the events of 1989, freedom from tyranny and the restriction of individual rights, the post-communist experience has also exposed democracy as a work in progress, a set of freedoms toward a process of building institutions that would ensure a more equitable access to the social surplus. This experience has presented compelling testimony that democratic principles, whether parliamentary representation, universal suffrage, or the sanctity of private property, are absolutely meaningless when superimposed on a nation without the proper institutions to enforce them or the proper culture to respect them. 2. What has emerged instead is a culture of cronyism, bribery, and abuses of power that operate under a covering mantle of democratic ideals. Strongly proclaimed, and weakly enforced, a culture that not only delegitimates the state and public office in the eyes of its citizens, but also 95. Hampers economic growth and the distribution of surplus wealth. This, the culture of corruption, is the specter haunting the global polity. Just as poverty, in the previous chapter, served as a leitmotif to explore Marx's critique of capitalism, here corruption serves a similar function in terms of Marx's critique of democracy and the economic power structures that underlie it. Although corruption is commonly understood as the perversion of some ideal, as Hegel pointed out, corruption can actually appear in two forms: 1. The abuse of a system whose foundation is good, the common understanding; 2. A great and general corruption which infects the underlying foundation to its very core, the broader conception we will apply in our inquiry. 3. Hegel cited the Catholic Church at the time of the Reformation as an example of the latter case. Because it saw itself as the sensuous embodiment of God, Hegel argued, the Church had no incentive to seek a higher spirit outside of its own institutions. Instead, it sought it only in its rituals. The Church, in its devolution to mere ceremonial observances, supposes itself to be engaged with the spiritual, while it is really occupied with the sensuous. For from a Marxist standpoint, democracy in the service of capitalism has equally degenerated to a grand and general corruption. While paying lip service to the ideals of equality and justice, the liberal democratic ideologues fail to acknowledge that democracy has become but a capitalist veiling strategy for the embrace of its outer sensuous form, the liberty of autonomous agents to pursue their own self-interest. Working only within a narrow conception of freedom, they have abandoned the broader conception, the egalitarian ideals that lie at democracy's core. In the history of political thought, it was arguably Marx who first provided a compelling case for a broad rather than narrow definition of freedom and democracy. He raised the issue of whether rights once declared and encoded in a liberal democratic constitution are also rights that are granted. And if they are not granted, then they must be historically achieved. Liberation, Marx states in the German Ideology, is a historical and not a mental act. 5. The preconditions of freedom cannot be abstractly posited, they can only be formed in the real world by real means. There is no freedom, justice, or equality until people have adequate clothing, food, shelter, healthcare, and enough surplus to better their lives. Thus, not only does Marx rely on politics to reform where capitalism cannot reform itself to, so to speak, realize philosophy by civilizing an alienated mankind, he also broadly questions the underlying premises of liberal democratic thought. Along these lines, a thought directed primarily at securing private liberties of the autonomous agent against an autocratic state, can only poorly accommodate the broader conception of liberty which has economics at its core. For Marx, the vested interests of capitalism that restrict, and benefit from the restriction of, economic emancipation of the working poor are such that only a radical transformation of society, through parliamentary or extra 96 parliamentary means, can wrest them from the powers that be. In a way, Marx's political thought speaks of little else. It is sketchy on what criteria dictate the choice of means, on how the proletariat will rule, or administer social goods, and ultimately, given the difficulties of distributing goods by way of a top-down command structure, on the role of central planning under communism. But where it is quite explicit is in seeing socialism not as the opposite of democracy but as its fulfillment. Marx's political thought considered that the ideal of socialism equaled true democracy, of which the liberal variant was only an intermediate stage. Indeed, even in countries with weak socialist traditions, such as the United States, the main objective of their socialist parties and progressive press has been to hold democratic institutions accountable to the ideals they professed. Their attacks on the establishment were motivated less by dreams of utopian communes, than by the ideals of honest government, particularly faced with corrupt municipalities and a mainstream press beholden to corporate sponsors. 6 Similarly, we can eschew utopian schemes and still argue that democratic government should represent the higher ideals it claims to profess. In Marx's framework, this implies allying oneself with the fundamental tenet that the state, rather than serving moneyed interests, should serve the greatest number to secure the greatest freedom for all. While making allowances for the wide degree of interpretations on the role of the state, this tenet offers considerable latitude for the role of institutions in the distribution of socially determined goods. Or, to phrase this in even more neutral terms, we could say that the key question about democracy is not how to overthrow it but, following the political theorist Clausewitz, to what extent market outcomes must be accepted, in the name of efficiency, or corrected, in the name of equity and justice. 7 If the Marxian ideal of democracy is based on correcting market outcomes in the name of equity and justice, then corruption of that ideal would involve all those forces that impede achieving this objective. Intriguingly, however, the reigning neoliberal orthodoxy takes exactly the opposite view. Within its narrow view of corruption, it assumes that the democratic ideal is hampered most when the private abuse of public power distorts market efficiencies. Thus, to protect these efficiencies, it argues that state must be withdrawn to the greatest extent possible from the market. 8. Admittedly, After a century of turbulent swings between pro-market and pro-state visions of economic development, see box below, we are much more reticent about allocating any disproportionate power to either the state or the market. In terms of humanity's collective wisdom, we have passed beyond the bloated welfare state, beyond the fiscal and monetary instability of huge public debt, and beyond the repressive social engineering associated with the Soviet bloc and Asian communism. Yet, to remove the state from the market to subordinate equity to efficiency fundamentally undermines the ideals of democracy. 97. The weak state, strong state pendulum. In the history of 20th century political thought, there have been countless variations on the tension between freedom from and freedom towards. These have included Isaiah Berlin's distinction between negative and positive liberty, Hayek's distinction between freedom from coercion and freedom from necessity, Gramsci's distinction between the night watchman state and the Hegelian ethical state and, finally, more generic distinctions between laissez-faire and interventionist states. In all cases, they reflect two, usually opposing, views on the role of the state in ensuring that the social surplus be equitably distributed. Whereas the classical liberal position sees the state primarily as a neutral arbiter protecting individual rights to property, its alternative, which would include a wide range of authoritarian, predatory, state socialist, or developmental statist models, sees the state as a transcendent or collaborating authority regulating civil society on behalf of a self-interested elite, or the broader citizenry. Of course, these two distinct positions are not as diametrically opposed as is often imagined. In times of war or national crisis, a night watchman state often adopts several characteristics of the ethical state in order to centralize decision-making better, and mobilize the general population. At other times in history, pro-capitalist states have adopted pro-labor interventionist policies to preempt social unrest. Gramsci refers in particular to the socially progressive legislation of the Bismarck and Disraeli regimes. Point 2. In general, however, contemporary history seems marked by swings, often radical and violent, between statist and liberal visions of the political order. For example, in the aftermath of the First World War, decrepit monarchical regimes and their entrenched bureaucracies gave way to chaotic liberal democracies, which in turn proved fertile breeding ground for the rise of fascist state capitalism. The end of the Second World War brought back liberal democracies with safeguards, particularly in former Axis powers, against the resurgence of extremist elements, and introduced the added complement of supranational authorities such as the United Nations, World Bank, and IMF, designed to assure stability in an increasingly complex global environment. The 1960s and 1970s witnessed a revival of the activist state in developing countries as an instrument of modernization, and in the United States and Europe as a social safety net, which in both cases led to a rapid growth in deficit-led public spending. This crisis then gave way to the Reagan and Thatcherite eras of privatization, low taxes, and weak government. Finally, in the 1990s, these two 98 visions clashed inconclusively. On the one hand, the recognized social costs of neoliberal economic policies and the fiscal costs of lavish social spending gave way to the so-called third way ideology of Clinton and Blair, that melded traditional progressive concern for the have-nots with hybrids of both market-led and state-led experiments in governance. On the other hand, the so-called Washington Consensus, the trilogy of price liberalization, privatization, and currency stabilization pursued by the World Bank and the IMF, which had some success in Latin America in the 1980s, had controversial results when applied to the biggest project of all, post-communist Russia. Foisted on impressionable Western-minded reformers, it led to a criminal pilfering of state assets by insiders, widespread impoverishment as pensions and wages could not keep pace with liberalized prices, harmful and volatile speculation and pyramid schemes, and a massive decline in industrial output. But the greatest irony of this whole episode is that the Washington Consensus, which claimed to represent the collective wisdom of capitalism, ignored one of the most understated ingredients of Western development over the past century, that the state by way of credit subsidies, direct support, and stimulus packages had played a critical role. Point 3. II Berlin, 4 Essays on Liberty, F. Hayek, The Road to Serfdom, Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1994, pages 29 to 30, A. Gramsci, selections from The Prison Notebooks, edited and translated by Q. Hoare and G. Smith, New York, International Publisher, 1991, p. 262. 2. A. Gramsci, selections from The Prison Notebooks, p. 262. 3. For an informed critique of the Washington Consensus, C. Ute Piper and Lance Taylor, The Revival of the Liberal Creed, the IMF, the World Bank and Inequality in a Globalized Economy, New School University, SEPA Working Paper, 4, January 1998. 4. Classic treatments on the state's role in fueling economic growth, C. Carl Polanyi, The Great Transformation, Boston, Beacon, 1957, and A. Jerskin-Kron, Economic Backwardness in Historical Perspective, Cambridge, MA, Harvard University Press, 1962. We can illustrate this briefly by developing further Hegel's distinction between the narrow and broad conception of corruption. In the narrow sense, corruption refers to the public abuse of power for private gain. Under corrupt conditions, elites benefit from and exploit their monopoly access to bureaucratic levers, e.g., export/import licenses, building or drilling permits, health, safety, and environmental code inspections to promote their own welfare or that of their clients of patronage. Bribes, kickbacks, and payoffs circulate up or down a whole chain of authority. Whatever benevolent purpose a piece of regulatory legislation may have had originally is soon lost in a matrix of arbitrary decisions based on financial negotiations between the 99 agent who seeks a permit or license, and the bureaucrat who grants it. And the criteria for judging proposals, projects, or license applications have less to do with their merit, than their hidden or unspoken price tag. It is not difficult to see the damage which systemic corruption does, not just to the legitimacy of the state, but also to all the social sectors that the state regulates. In the granting of licenses and permits, a Byzantine dialogue ensues between impossible laws and either bribes to circumvent them, or falsified documents to comply with them. In the recruitment of personnel, often the most qualified or law-abiding individuals avoid state agencies by fleeing to the private sector or overseas. The narrow definition of corruption adequately describes the diverse ways in which public power is abused for private gain. But, as an expression of the failure of democracy in general, it is far too narrow. It cannot accommodate the complex interdependence of political power and economic interests that lies at the heart of Marx's political thought. Currently, the reigning orthodoxy on corruption is motivated by a narrow conception, a package of Washington Consensus-style policies designed to remove the state from the economy. The mantra of the neoliberal advisors of the late 1980s and early 1990s, the Washington Consensus, was coined in a seminal Article 9 that, in the aftermath of the Latin American debt crisis, proposed a set of policies which the Washington establishment and its international financial institutions considered integral to policy reform. These included, broadly, enacting fiscal discipline, securing property rights, encouraging the privatization of state-owned enterprises, and the deregulation of economic activity. Divesting the state from public investment projects and privatizing state-owned enterprises, the neoliberals argued, would restrict inefficiencies and reduce the temptation for bribery by private firms seeking government contracts. Point 10. However, various ways of state reform, transparency building, and election monitoring notwithstanding, these limited measures will do little to ensure that the state adequately upholds the public good. Instead, advocates of this view end up endorsing an overly optimistic view of the market's ability to provide efficiency, and an overly cynical view of the state's ability to provide equity. Since they reduce all political behavior to rent-seeking, they have difficulty attributing any function to the state other than as a source of private revenue for self-interested parties. Point 11. A broader formulation of corruption, on the other hand, would still uphold the state as the main vehicle for the equitable distribution of access to the social surplus. It presumes that there is a common good that society can strive for, and that removing the state from the process of achieving it will not increase, but lessen the chance of it being achieved. Along these lines, we define corruption not simply as the self-interested act of rent-seeking in the political arena, but more broadly as the failure of the liberal democratic state to uphold adequately the ideals it claims to profess. Point 12. Thus, our broad definition of corruption refers more generally to the vulnerability of states to 100 market forces, to the power of capital, to the influence of wealthy voters and interest groups. In short, following Hegel, it refers to a great and general corruption in which the democratic polity has lost touch with its higher aim, the public good. If we accept this broad definition of corruption, then we also need to define the nature of this higher aim, i.e., the public good. For if we do not define the public good, then it is unlikely we will be able to determine deviations from it. For our purposes, we will use the following definition, one which not only preserves the state's emancipatory potential, but also the individual liberties of civil society. The public good is the equitable distribution of access to social surplus. Given that there are so many different ways to define the public good, one could rightly ask why one definition, that is, the distribution of social resources for the benefit of the majority, should be preferred. There are two answers to this. Firstly, with the exception of maintaining a standing army and defending the national interest, the purpose of the modern state is nothing other than to redistribute wealth in kind to the greatest number. By in kind we mean the whole set of public services. Schools, police, libraries, parks, roads, etc., which are redistributed to the populace from their tax contributions. The criteria for allocating these resources, though often obscured in the process of parliamentary give and take, are generally populist in nature, in the sense that they are designed to provide the maximum benefit to the greatest number of people. And, in a rather matter-of-fact way, they are biased toward the poor. This is so because though the wealthy individual might pay more in taxes, he can afford private schools, private security, perhaps even a private oak-paneled library in his home. In fact, except for public roads, he may actually benefit very little from the considerable sums he donates to the state coffers. Nonetheless, in a modern civilized state, he accepts this burden and pays it willingly. Or, even if he does not pay it willingly, the mechanisms for enforcing collection are developed enough to make tax evasion more trouble than it is worth. The second reason why the public good should be defined as equitable access to social surplus is that it is a function of the state's civilizing tendency. Following Marx, society's movement from alienation to humanization implies an increasingly complex understanding of what constitutes the basic human needs, needs which in the 21st century could be satisfied by a more equitably distributed social surplus. Through the 19th and 20th centuries, democracy, step by step, responded to this sliding scale of increasingly complex needs. The increased political potency of organized labor and mass strikes, and the ability of marginalized citizens to speak effectively with their vote did much to squeeze concessions from the powers that be. Ironically, the era that earned Prussia the moniker of the first 101 modern welfare state took place after not before Bismarck passed the 1878 anti-socialist laws. The consummate pragmatists striving to appease a restless underclass and to take wind out of the socialist sails, Bismarck passed in the subsequent 12 years laws on sickness and accident insurance, and old age and disability measures. In short, the public good as answering to the needs of the majority is the appropriate definition precisely because it has defined the way in which the modern state has evolved. Even though the motivation may have been more about ensuring social stability than promoting the cause of the worse off, as previously disenfranchised sectors of the population gained a political voice, the modern state responded and expanded. Within that expansion, straying at times all the way to totalitarianism, critics have raised a number of concerns related to this broader mandate of the state. Hayek, working from an understanding of such a mandate, one in which the values of the community are placed above those of the individual, argues that this necessarily leads to compulsion to comply with the community's ends even when they contradict those of the individual. 13 Kolakowski argues that freedom is not about desire, that is, To have things which one might not otherwise possess, it is rather about individual choices which were denied citizens in those societies, overtly communist ones. That claim to act according to the broader understanding of freedom. 14 But it is still possible to construct a more limited definition of that broader freedom, one that ensures equitable access to the social surplus, but does not impinge on individual choice. As the legal theorist Ronald Dworkin has formulated in a recent work, a complete democracy, one which makes equality an indispensable virtue of democratic sovereignty, can provide for equality through the initial outlay of resources, with citizens accepting responsibility for subsequent, freely made choices. What this implies is that although citizens should have equitable access to the social surplus, the state cannot provide for nor determine how they choose, or not, to take advantage of it. 15 The state, for example, can provide for a quality education to underprivileged minorities, but it cannot ensure that individuals of this group take proper advantage of it. It can provide for libraries and cultural centers in underprivileged areas, but it cannot force individuals to make use of them. Arguably then, within this narrower definition of a broad understanding of freedom, there are not only safeguards against distorted attempts to level natural differences in talents and work ethics, there are also sufficient degrees of opportunity presented that any individual could properly take advantage of them. If what is being described here appears like a form of enlightened paternalism, then that is the intent. Between the opposite poles of maternal coddling, of the full-fledged welfare state, and orphanhood, of the neoliberal ideal, lies an area in which the state recognizes its duty to provide an adequate environment for individuals to empower themselves. But simply choosing the mean between two extremes is often an overly convenient solution. After all, Western society has traveled down the road of paternalism 102 before, often with disastrous consequences. Therefore, we need now to return to the Hegelian origins of the modern state, a time in early 19th century Prussia when the ideal of an interventionist bureaucracy was seen as a panacea for a fragmented society. It was a time when, for the reform-minded Prussian elite, the state was nothing less than a Kultur state, a vehicle that would embody the most progressive, most enlightened cultural values and would through its philosopher bureaucrats educate the nation for higher purposes. 16 Indeed, although Hegel's idealized state was based on the limited experience of early 19th century Prussia, his political thought presents a model for understanding the state in general. Amidst the lingering euphoria of the victory over Napoleon, at a time when Schinkel's neoclassical city planning gave Berlin some claim to call itself the Athens on the Spree, a case can be made to call Hegel's Prussia, the classical country of the modern bureaucracy. 17 Yet, subsequently, through the eyes of Marx, we need to also explore why this ideal state turned corrupt, why it transformed itself from a mediating institution between the public good and civil society into a self-perpetuating power in its own right. Only then can we establish some basic principles to ensure that the modern state remains accountable to civil society while upholding its mandate to serve for the public good. Marx's political thought. The disinterested bureaucracy, Hegel's Prussian model. There are many ways to review Marx's engagement with Hegel's political thought, but for our purposes we will only concentrate on one of them, namely the category of universality, or more specifically, disinterestedness as it relates to the bureaucracy. A disinterested bureaucracy, one where self-interest does not impinge on public service, is essential to realizing the state's responsibility to work for the public good. Disinterestedness also lay at the heart of Hegel's statism insofar as the state could only claim, as Hegel himself did, to transcend civil society, if it had no ulterior motives, or self-interested pursuits, in the exercise of its authority. As is by now familiar, Hegel's political thought revolves around a tension between civil society and the state. While civil society, as the realm of private property and economic exchange, forges a type of freedom for the abstract individual by means of the social roles he assumes therein, it is limited by the extent to which these roles are guided by particular ends. Instead, it is in the state made up of the universal class, the bureaucrats, and the monarch, the state's subjective representative where the citizen finds freedom as opposed to necessity. self-realization as opposed to self-satisfaction. Hegel's state is not only a neutral arbiter among self-interested agents. It is an active instrument of progress. It is the absolute and highest 103 vehicle of historical progress. It is, as he famously said, the divine idea as it exists on earth. Recalling our discussion in Chapter 1, the state is Hegel's God surrogate, an endpoint in history that embodies the higher aims of reason in a collective context. In more practical terms, this Hegelian notion translates into a statist political philosophy grounded in an elite and rational decision-making body which actively intervenes in civil society. One may or may not take issue with this position. But what is important for our purposes is that the universal, if not mystical, claims that Hegel attributed to the bureaucracy are derived from a particular historical reality, namely Restoration-era Prussia of the first half of the 19th century. Thus, if we are to look for a model, however nostalgic, of a successful interventionist state that was relatively corruption-free, we need look no further than the Prussian period known as bureaucratic absolutism. The idea that Prussia could represent some kind of archetype of the good state might strike Anglo-American readers as odd given the popular militaristic images of spiked helmets and stiff military officers who would, most notoriously in the Second World War, subordinate individual conscience to the demands of duty and obedience. Although the militaristic image of Prussia lingers, and may never be fully erased, the true picture is something slightly different. In fact, Prussia's influence on Germany, particularly as a forerunner to the modern welfare state, was more pronounced in the realm of bureaucratic efficiency than in military exploits. Yes, Prussia established itself in Central Europe through military expansion, most notably in the 18th century under the stewardship of Frederick the Great. But, in the 19th century, and particularly between the so-called Reform era immediately following the Napoleonic Wars and the 1840s when Marx and the young Hegelians turned critical of the state, Prussia underwent a period of domestic consolidation and rapid economic growth. This era, which combined bureaucratic absolutism and protectionist measures to stimulate economic growth, is the historical context from which Hegel derived his idealization of the bureaucracy. Thus, at the time when Hegel spoke of the Prussian bureaucracy as the universal class, when he placed the state at the pinnacle of his system, there were some grounds for such a lofty endorsement. Between the Reform era and the 1840s, notes one historian of Prussia, the bureaucracy occupied a position comparable to that of Plato's guardian class. Officials saw themselves, as Hegel described them, as the class in which the consciousness of right and the developed intelligence of the mass of people is found. 18. The bureaucracies claim faithfully to represent the public good derived from a number of conditions that during the early and mid-19th century coalesced to create something close to an ideal state, one that enjoyed a wide degree of patriotic support, and cultivated a disinterested and meritocratic bureaucracy. The first condition that is often absent in corrupt countries but was prevalent in heavy doses in Prussia was a strong sense of 104 national identity and patriotism among the civil servants. The War of Liberation against Napoleon, wherein the underdog Prussia defeated a superior French occupying army, particularly with the help of an inspired general mobilization, revealed to some extent the authenticity of that patriotism. It was reinforced, ironically, by the very artifice of the Prussian state. Patriotism was based less on a strong sense of ethnic self-awareness, like Bavaria or Saxony, than on a belief in the rationality and efficiency of the state as such. Prussia, we must remember, emerged on the Central European plain, not as an organic growth, but as a set of institutions constructed by the human will and imagination, in fact, by a charismatic series of Emperor Frederick's working through an efficient bureaucracy. As a result, the patriotism that undergirded this model bureaucracy was based not on tribal loyalties, but on a belief in rationality as the basis for enlightened rule. Rationalistic patriotism was connected to two other conditions, namely the presence of a disinterested elite, and the cultivation of technocratic competence based on a meritocratic system of education rather than heredity. The disinterested status of the bureaucracy was encoded in the Prussian Constitution of 1794, the General Law. It was considered in that system unique to Prussia as yet another stand, or estate, but not an ordinary one. Civil servants did not have to pay taxes, but in order to avoid conflicts of interest also could not participate in municipal or provincial self-government. Furthermore, unlike in England, Prussian aristocrats, who made up the bulk of the civil service, were not allowed to work in the private sector. Their professional life, outside their family agricultural holdings, was given over to state service, either in the military or the bureaucracy. Thus, safeguards were in place to foster a disinterested elite, firstly by generally restricting entrance to those with means enough not to be tempted by illicit gain, secondly by creating incentives, tax exemptions, a system of military-style rankings, awards, pins, and medals, and other ornaments that could appeal to the soldier boy within, and thirdly by the fact that the very absence of a parliament and political parties, that is, of democratic organs in general, allowed the bureaucracy to make and implement decisions independent of the often conflicting priorities of special interest groups in a democracy. Instead, entrance and advancement were based on technocratic competence. The objective factor in their appointment, Hegel wrote of the bureaucrat, is knowledge and proof of ability. Such proof guarantees that the state gets what it requires, and since it is the sole condition of appointment, it also guarantees to every citizen the opportunity to devote himself to the general estate. 19. In other words, the meritocratic emphasis in recruitment reinforced the harmony between civil society and the state. By attracting the most qualified citizens, the bureaucracy monopolized the decision-making apparatus of the polity. According to Prussia's technocratic creed, politics was not a matter of winning a battle among competing ideologies, but simply rationally 105. Administering the affairs of the state. Without such a unifying ethos, as is lacking in modern corrupt polities, the state becomes a mere extension of civil society, albeit a particularly fruitful extension. It becomes the arena where the most powerful group or tribe can enrich itself. It becomes a breeding ground for kleptocracy and nepotism. In Prussia, on the other hand, the civil servants came from aristocratic families who entered public service for its prestige, or out of a sense of national duty, but rarely for reasons of economic self-interest. Such an example can be broadened to consider the positive role which elites potentially play in fostering a climate of disinterestedness. Not only are they financially secure, their status as the leading class confers also prestige and a sense of responsibility to safeguard the national interest. Because their authority and social position rests on the traditions and laws that also undergird the state, there is less of a conflict between their private interests and public obligations. In the Hegelian ideal, they are one and the same. But the modern element in Hegel rests in the fact that that unity was grounded not only in a synergy between noble birth and public responsibility, but between the meritocracy of education and the rule of reason. Hegel, writes one expert on the Prussian bureaucracy, was to give philosophic expression to this ideology of an official intelligentsia whose claim to right and recognition rested on its education and culture, which promoted its own status characteristics as the very essence of the state. 20. If all these conditions made the Prussian bureaucracy to a large extent adequate to its idealization in Hegel's system, why did Marx develop such a virulent anti-statist position in his critique of Hegel, and especially if the bureaucracy had harmonized the interests of civil society and state? But according to Marx, not only did no such harmony any longer apply in his day, it had been in fact totally reversed. The state, rather than an objective embodiment of the public good, had become but one of many agents of the particular interests of civil society. And its self-anointed universalism obscured or mystified the fact that it was only a particular articulation of the interests of a particular class. In that sense, Marx's early demands for greater transparency and more democratic decision-making, which we will address in what follows next, are consistent with the typical agenda of the bourgeois reformer. Initially, his main concern was not social justice for the worse off, but the narrower goal of eradicating press censorship and democratizing political decision-making. The public sphere and press freedom. Until Marx theorized radical means to make the state more responsive to the working class, he considered the main obstacle to disinterestedness in the Prussian bureaucracy to be its lack of transparency and accountability. A free, critical press was integral to ensuring that accountability. Indeed, in 106 terms of his lifetime output, Marx was not only as much a journalist as a philosopher/economist, but his main contributions to political thought coincided with a period of intense journalistic engagement as editor of the liberal daily Die Rheinische Zeitung. His articles from that period in the early 1840s dealt with legislative topics as discussed in the Rhineland Diet, such as its repression of the customary right of local peasants to collect wood for fuel on landed estates and, on the national level, issues of press freedom and censorship in the Prussian state. Above all, it was an attack on behalf of, not the proletariat, but the new breed of middle-class intellectuals who were outside the civil service and did not enjoy being lorded over by the bureaucracy nor having their freedom of expression restricted. Marx's advocacy of a free press corresponded, at least in the German context, to the nascent stages of a public sphere, the coffee houses, newspapers, guilds, student organizations, and clubs that provided fertile ground for critical opposition to the state. Within this arena, and from his editor's pulpit, Marx challenged the bureaucracy's control over information and knowledge, its attempt to insulate the decision-making process from open debate. In an article from the Rheinische Zeitung, Marx elevated the press to a mediating institution between the general will of the state and particular interests of individuals. The press was the head and heart of the citizenry, the arena in which rulers and ruled alike have an opportunity of criticizing their principles and demands, and no longer in a relation of subordination, but on terms of equality as citizens of the state, no longer as individuals, but as intellectual forces, as exponents of reason. 21 The press ideally mediates between the bureaucracy and the people because it allows the latter to voice their opinion from a position of equality. Rather than top-down decision-making, the press advocates consensus via debate, letting all sides air their views so that the bureaucracy can make an informed decision. Thus, Marx's earliest political writings challenged less the undue influence of economic self-interest among agents of the state than their disproportionate decision-making power. Appeals to delegate to the press and, more generally, the sphere of public criticism a mediating role between general and particular interests were a function of democratic yearnings among the educated middle class marginalized from the bureaucratic elite. Though such appeals seem conventional in modern terms, ironically this emphasis on the public sphere and its non-militant critical discourse has resonated longer and louder among 20th-century Marxist or quasi-Marxist philosophers, notably Jürgen Habermas and Terry Eagleton, than his better-known insurrectionary rhetoric. Even by utopian socialists of his day, such as Marx's later employer, the New York Daily Tribune founder, Horace Greeley, the press was seen as a vehicle to mainstream socialist ideas by creating mass awareness, and undermining the establishment's monopoly on information. Likewise, in Marx's advocacy of a free press, he was to attack the Prussian elite not for wielding the bureaucratic apparatus 107 as an instrument of economic interest, but primarily for disguising its agenda behind a veil of universality and disinterestedness. When Marx speaks of Hegel's mystification, of the bureaucracy's attempt to protect the imaginary generality of the particular interest, 22 that interest is not of an economic kind, but of power in general. And that power manifested itself primarily as a petty form of careerism. As he argues in the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, in the case of the individual bureaucrat, the state objective turns into his private objective, into a chasing after higher posts, the making of a career. The state only continues to exist as various fixed bureaucratic minds, bound together in subordination and passive obedience. 23 And even when, in the preceding sentence, he refers to the bureaucrat's materialism, he has in mind a particular kind of non-economic self-interest. Within the bureaucracy itself, however, spiritualism becomes crass materialism, the materialism of passive obedience, of faith in authority, of the mechanism of fixed and formalistic behavior, and of fixed principles, views, and traditions. Political versus human emancipation. When Marx finally comes to consider the more abstract dimensions of political life, he continues to operate through a tension between civil society and the state, and human and political emancipation, a tension developed primarily in his early essay, On the Jewish Question. Although the essay formally concerns proposed changes in the legal status of Jews, it expands to tackle a broader range of issues concerning the relation between state and civil society and between the rights of man as an individual and as a communal being. None of the so-called rights of man go beyond egoistic man, beyond man as a member of civil society, that is, an individual withdrawn into himself, into the confines of his private interests and private caprice, and separated from the community. 24 As we saw in Chapter 1, within this schema the Jews are transformed from a particular ethnic group with a particular political agenda, to an antithesis of Christian and communal values. They are identified with egoism and materialism and a host of negative capitalist traits which can only be overcome by communism. What is the secular basis of Judaism? Practical need, self-interest. What is the worldly religion of the Jew? Huckstering. What is his worldly god? Money. Very well then. Emancipation from huckstering and money, consequently from practical, real Judaism, would be the self-emancipation of our time. 25 While one could easily pause here to consider Marx's anti-Semitic tone, he is really operating in a matrix inherited from Feuerbach and the young Hegelian tradition. In that tradition, the philosophical reading of Christianity implied seeking out its secular referents, its underlying moral code which could withstand rational scrutiny. Since, in a very dialectical sense, Christianity did not emerge in a vacuum but in and through its tension with an opposite, Judaism, this implied that Judaism also required a secular referent. 108. Likewise, it was impossible to simply expose the illusion of Christianity without salvaging its valid anthropological correlate. One had to salvage the residue, the alienated substance, which in the case of Christianity was the incarnate God. Its human secular referent then became love, or intersubjectivity, or some sense of preconceived communality. The so-called Christian state needs the Christian religion in order to complete itself as a state. The democratic state, the real state, does not need religion for its political completion. On the contrary, it can disregard religion because it is the human basis of religion realized in a secular manner. 26. The real state of secularized Christianity must transcend the metaphorical state of secularized Judaism, the pursuit of mammon and practical need, the state dictated by the petty concerns of civil society. But if the empirical essence of Judaism, as Marx claimed, was huckstering and the pursuit of profit, and if the practical Jewish spirit has become the practical spirit of Christian nations, that is, the world which must be transcended has been Judaified, then what would be the empirical essence of Christianity shorn of its mythic, alienating substance? From this essay, one can only surmise that the real state of Christianity would simply be everything that the Judaified world was not. It implies a society free of private property, of the social antagonism caused by the individual pursuit of gain, and a rather woolly Feuerbachian unity that would emerge once the rift between man's individual sensuous essence and his species existence has been abolished. As the closing words of the Marx's essay declare, the social emancipation of the Jew is the emancipation of the society from Judaism. 27. The radical proposal to abolish egoism is based, in this early form, not on careful economic analysis but rather on philosophical concepts inherited from Hegel and Feuerbach. As we argued in Chapter 1, the introduction of economics into Marx's political theory takes place in terms of speculative theological constructs which, because they are so absolutist and vague, e.g., man must overcome egoism and unite with his species being, ultimately lend themselves to radical political interpretations. It may well be that he never overcame the temptation of this secularized religious vision. Delineating Christianity meant building heaven on earth, which in turn implied overcoming its secularized earthly opposite, Judaism, understood as the pursuit of mammon. It meant that one could simply posit abolition of property as the answer to man's ills because this was the neat and formal negation of a Judaified society. The real Christian state could then be nothing but a state without property. In Marx's scheme, the ideal democratic state, the real state, is one which communes with higher ideals that underlie the Christian religion, a religion which, under optimal political conditions, would no longer be required. The existing democratic state, on the other hand, was simply an ideological veil covering the egoistic pursuit of economic gain. In this distinction between the ideal and the real democracy, the distinction between human and political emancipation comes fully to light. 109. The new disinterested class, the proletariat. For all his lack of a unified system, Marx's political thought can still be divided into two very distinct phases. The first, outlined above, would encompass his critique of Hegel, his ardent advocacy for a free press, and his broad critique on the limits of political as opposed to human emancipation. The second would encompass the proletariat, its education toward self-awareness of its plight, its formation into a cohesive political force, and the means and tactics by which to seize power from the bourgeoisie. The essays of the early 1840s on the Jewish question, and the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, arguably straddled these two phases, for it is here that Marx introduces the proletariat as the universal agent of reform, one not yet rooted in economic science but rather in Hegelian speculative constructs. The universality of the proletariat, as Marx argues in the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, demands that its propertyless status should become the norm for society as a whole. By demanding the negation of private property, the proletariat raises to the rank of a principle of society, what society has made the principle of the proletariat, what, without its own cooperation, is already incorporated in it as the negative result of society. 28. The demand to abolish property emerges from the propertyless status of the proletariat, its universal common ground. Property divides and feeds off the proletariat. Property has created the class which will destroy it. In short, property has created its opposite, an opposite that represents a total emancipation of the human being. Finally, this leads to talk of revolution. There can be no middle ground, not due to historical but purely philosophical reasons. The thorough Germany cannot make a revolution without making a thoroughgoing revolution. The emancipation of the German is the emancipation of the human being. The head of this emancipation is philosophy, its heart is the proletariat. Philosophy cannot be made a reality without the abolition of the proletariat cannot be abolished without philosophy being made a reality. 29. Although Marx's proletariat would become the principal agent in his theory of revolution, these closing remarks to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right contain little if any human, historical content. Philosophy has simply determined that the proletariat is the universal class, that it has replaced the bureaucracy as this class, and that its universality is dictated by the fact that it suffers the most, exists in the greatest number, and has the least amount of property. With its agent, the proletariat, in place, philosophy can realize itself. Its main objective is human emancipation, which implies the self-negation of the proletariat. The proletariat, along these lines, ceases to exist, because the conditions that gave rise to it, capitalism, property, the bourgeoisie, etc., have disappeared. 110. But how could this universality be shaped into a cohesive political force? Would it reform the state from within through a critical press and the ballot box? Or would it reform from without through barricades and mass protest? Marx seemed to adopt different views depending on the national context. In England, the United States and Holland, for example, the workers could potentially achieve their goals in a democratic political system. In more backward states with entrenched landed gentry, and a repressive autocratic regime, more radical responses were called for. As a late industrializing nation with an increasingly vocal working class, Germany provided something of an in-between scenario. It was here that Marx held out the most hope for a dictatorship for the proletariat. Between capitalist and communist society, he wrote in the Critique of the Gotha Program, lies the period of the revolutionary transformation of one into the other. There corresponds to this also a political transition period in which the state can be nothing but the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. 30 For all the alarmist imagery that this term has conjured up over the past century, particularly under Lenin when it took on an explicitly tactical dimension in his political theory, we must not forget that in Marx the proletariat, as a universal agent of revolution, originates as a simple conceptual substitution for Hegel's bureaucracy. In fact, Marx's criteria of propertylessness as a sign of the selfless proletariat eerily echoes remarks by Hegel's contemporary and theoretician of the bureaucracy, Freiherr von Stein. The bureaucrats are allied with none of the classes of citizens that constitute the state, they are a caste in their own right, the caste of clerks, without property, and therefore unaffected by its fluctuations. 31 Not that Marx's theoretical substitution did not have historical consequences. The philosophical grandeur of the German demanding human, not just political, emancipation implied concretely targeting the human basis of unfreedom that lay in an unjust economic system. To abstractly declare a new set of constitutional rights would not suffice. Only the radical sweep of a revolution by which the proletariat seized control of, and universalized, the state could ensure full human emancipation. And yet the term dictatorship of the proletariat has a much more marginal role in the Marxian corpus than commonly assumed. Although Lenin called it perhaps in a self-serving vein the very essence of Marx's teaching, it is anything but. In the 40 or so volumes of Marx's collected works, the phrase, dictatorship of the proletariat, is used only 11 times. And, as revisionist Marxologists have for some time now exhaustively explained, the origins of the term dictatorship have little in common with its 20th century meaning, a meaning filtered through the legacies of totalitarian regimes. Instead, as the revisionists have argued, the dictatorship referred to by Marx derives from the Roman concept of dictatura, the extra-legal and provisional government in a time of national crisis. 32 Unlike Lenin's elaboration, the definition did not rely on the oligarchical rule of a small 111 elite, but instead presumed, however naively, that the prior mass education of the proletariat would make it, when the time came, fit to rule by means of an extended grassroots network of local councils. In short, the dictatorship of the proletariat was understood as the interregnum government between capitalism and socialism. Its extra-legal character was a logical outcome of any post-revolutionary political culture when the old laws and institutions no longer applied and new ones had not yet formed. In those instances when it was used in reference to particular historical events, such as the Revolution of 1848 and the Paris Commune of 1871, it conforms to precisely that description, a short-lived and extra-legal form of government. Now, it is true that the French Revolution, upon which Marx modeled much of his theory, had altered the Roman sense of dictatura in one crucial respect. Namely, whereas in the Roman Republic interregnum rule was intended to safeguard the status quo, the Jacobins applied their dictatorial rule to shore up the gains of the revolution and install new institutions. The forward-looking nature of the new form of dictatorship implied the eradication of the status quo and its institutions. It implied a fresh start. Since it cannot be denied that such radicalism is implicit in Marx's original use of the term dictatorship, the question then remains: what is the meaning of eradication and fresh start? What levels of violence do they conceal? The answer to this question is, in many ways, contingent upon national historical contexts. But what remains clear is that the use of terror is in the Marxian lexicon something quite independent of the dictatorship of proletariat and, in any case, not central to that dictatorship, as Marx defined it. As for the violence associated with it, where it does appear in the writings of Marx and Engels, it almost always does so as a direct response to atrocities carried out by organs of the state. It was always red terror retaliating against white terror. Even during the Paris Commune, which Engels famously singled out as the one true precedent of a dictatorship of the proletariat, dictatorship because it was temporary and extra-legal, the Reign of Terror, culminating in the execution of the Archbishop of Paris and several other priests, was in response to atrocities carried out by government troops. The executions of the priests, however tragic, desperate, and pointless, pale next to the 30,000 Parisian protesters who were killed, not during the street fighting, but during the mass executions that followed. In short, the violence either implicit in, or later appended to, the term dictatorship of the proletariat, is in all cases couched in terms of a retaliation or response to violence perpetrated by the powers that be. Without apologizing for the ambiguity with which Marx coded the phrase dictatorship of the proletariat, such a formulation allows us to distance it from the Bolshevik and Stalinist applications of the term. The Soviet state, as one bastard form of that dictatorship, betrayed the original Marxian definition. Nonetheless, although the dictatorship of the proletariat may not imply the totalitarianism that vulgar critics assume, it rather naively does not. 112. Contend with the possibility of serious opposition by elites to worker control over the organs of the state. If Marx and Engels were not necessarily advocates of violent revolution, they also do not explain how exactly the minority ruling elite would cede power to a majority even if this transition were legitimate through democratic elections. There, at least early, cynicism about formal democracy in general, and universal suffrage in particular, is such that emancipation is only possible through radical socio-economic reform. But they did not explain how or why the educated and economic elite would democratize access to power. This lack of clarity leads one to believe that Marx and Engels not only assumed that these elites would not cede power willingly, but that they would naturally use all forms of violence under their control to resist challenges to it. And the response of the French police during the days of the Paris Commune only confirmed this view in their eyes. At best, one can say that the extra-legally of that dictatorship was legitimate on the grounds that the whole notion of what was or was not legal was considered liquid in times of radical transition. More importantly, it was legitimate by the inbuilt determinism of their logic which granted the proletariat a natural, but as yet unrealized, right to rule. Injustices that oppressed a majority would be rectified by a majority made conscious of its oppression. Once conscious, they would enact change and, until new institutions were in place, by means considered extra-legal by the ruling elites. The withering away of the state. But if the workers took over the bourgeois state and its repressive military apparatus, what form of political organization would take its place? Would it be, for all intents and purposes, still a state, yet called by another name? The role Marx envisioned for the state, particularly as a vehicle of socialist transformation, is still highly disputed among his sympathizers. 33 Even those authors who detected a strong anti-authoritarian and anti-bureaucratic bias in Marx's view of the state were, during the Cold War, counterbalancing the legacy of Stalinism and prevalent facile notions of the dictatorship of the proletariat. 34 Nonetheless, Marx's own formulation of the state gave wide latitude for conflicting interpretations. The formulation is contradictory in many ways, partly due to Marx's lack of a systematic theory, to the variety of existing states from which he developed general theories, whether Prussia of the 1840s, or France of the 1871. Paris Commune, and to the evolving influence of workers' parties on the political establishment which affected his skepticism about the state's self-transformative capacity in general. All these ambiguities make Marx's anti-statist concept of the withering away of the state one of the most overrated and opaque in the corpus, overrated because it was articulated vaguely at best in two places, briefly in the Communist Manifesto, and more explicitly, in the following paragraph from The Poverty of Philosophy, 113. The working class, in the course of its development, will substitute for the old civil society an association which will exclude classes and their antagonisms, and there will be no more political power property so-called, since political power is precisely the official expression of antagonism in civil society. 35. It is opaque because, whatever the withering away of the state may imply, Marx constantly emphasizes the tension between man as a self-interested individual in civil society and as a member of some superior sphere, the sphere of community and common purpose. Thus, even if the antagonisms of civil society disappeared, the resulting social structure would still be some form of a state surrogate, a political representation of unity, both transcendent and immanent within the citizenry. Yet, he never articulated what this form would look like or why. Most confusingly, it would have to be called something other than a good or better state. 36 At best, we can say that what was envisioned was not the abolition of a transcending authority, but rather the abolition of an authority representative of the powerful classes rather than society as a whole. To create that better state was, however, a task that fell not to Marx but to Ferdinand Lassalle. Lassalle, who founded the first German Socialist Party in 1863, the General German Workers' Association, the forerunner to the German Social Democratic Party, did exact concessions from the government, did effectively introduce a third voice into German political life alongside the liberal bourgeoisie and the aristocrats, one that by 1914 represented a third of the German parliament, and ultimately, introduced many of the principles embodied in the modern German welfare state. While Marx took a principled stand against Lassalle's desire for compromise with the Prussian state, given his general endorsement of Socialist Party activity in Germany, one could surmise that his opposition was more a function of professional jealousy, i.e., that while Marx remained a persona non grata in Germany, Lassalle had usurped his place as a leader of the socialist movement, and a personal hostility toward, specifically, the Prussian state. If we can presume that Marx would have approved of the state's concessions to worker parties, then the projected withering away of the state would simply represent a point at which the antagonism between the state and the needs of the worker has been reconciled. In the absence of class antagonisms, the divisiveness and partisanship of political life would wither away and, with a consensus formed, the state would merely administer needs rather than impose an alien law. Until not too long ago, such a concept would have seemed unfathomable. But it now has modern resonance in our post-communist era of moderation and third ways, a time when we are beginning to question the endurance of political parties as the once radically opposing classes these parties represented gradually merge toward a technocratic center. 37 And yet, optimism 114 may be premature. The 2000 U.S. presidential election was, in many senses, a test of the state's ability to reconcile class antagonisms effectively. The barely victorious Republican Party campaigned on an anti-big government platform which tried to paint the state as an intrusive bureaucratic behemoth that impinges on fundamental liberties, but particularly the liberty to spend one's personal income freely. However, as the Democratic Party countered, and unlike the 19th century state which Marx attacked, the 21st century state far better represents the interests of the poor than the conservative free market or anti-statist policies that proffer a mix of charity, voluntarism, and self-empowerment rhetoric to address the needs of the poor. This dramatic volte-face in the perception of the state's role has not been a sudden event. Over the past 150 years, the regimes of Bismarck, Disraeli, and Theodore and Franklin Roosevelt, to name a few, have gradually realigned the priorities of the state toward a more inclusive mandate. What this implies is that, in a classical Marxist vein, the state does represent an era of class antagonism, but one in which it is ideally aligned not with the moneyed interests but with the poor and disenfranchised. For, as the 2000 elections remind us, and as the new Bush administration might reveal, if the state were to really wither away, to cease regulating, enforcing, and taxing to counter the abuses and social fallout of capitalism, then the poor would lose their only ally. Corruption in modern democracy. As we just noted, Marx did not envisage a state responsive to the needs of the working class. But history did not refute him entirely. Some states were responsive, others were not. It is for this reason, perhaps, that his model of proletarian leadership branches off into two quite distinct legacies: 1. An elite-led proletarian insurrection which led to the Bolshevik Revolution, Third World insurgencies, and leftist mass actions in the West, and secondly, socially progressive legislation within the confines of a parliamentary democracy which led to the European welfare state. Of course, although both strategies were tailored to existing historical conditions, neither seems to have accommodated the possibility that self-interest might perpetuate itself among the working class, either in the demagoguery of its leaders, the chronic exploitation of the state by individual welfare recipients, or the corrupt entrenchment of labor unions in the political process. These charges, popular among conservatives, have some merit, not least because they reflect the potential for corruption at all social strata, and, in many ways, the self-interested nature of our participation in the political process. But this should not deflect from the overall concern, namely to transform the democratic state from a transparent vehicle of moneyed interests into one that equitably distributes social surplus for the benefit of the poor. Along these lines, Marx's relevance to the modern problem of corruption can best 115 be explained by configuring contemporary polities as incomplete, unfulfilled, or perverted democracies which fail to provide that equitable distribution. Marx, who saw true democracy or communism as a harmonization of self-interest and the public good, addresses this problem not only through an economic critique, but also by reflecting on the means which the disenfranchised citizenry can apply to foster a more immediate link between their objectives and those of the state. In what follows, we will examine briefly how Marx's critique of liberal democracy can be applied to three modern categories of corruption, categories, so to speak, that hamper the completion of democracy: 1. The arrogance of power, 2. The manipulation of subsidies, and 3. The manipulation of the electoral process. The arrogance of power is an outgrowth of Marx's critique of the Hegelian state, a state which, despite its best intentions, can often not remain disinterested from the temptations offered, particularly given its access to the public trough. This category, though shades of it regularly surface in advanced democracies, is most prevalent in underdeveloped countries which seem to be particularly marked by systems of patronage and rent-seeking. The manipulation of subsidies and the electoral process is an outgrowth of Marx's emphasis on the class-based nature of the political decision-making. These reveal the susceptibility of the state to powerful class interests, irrespective of whatever democratic ideals may be encoded in its constitution. Once we have sketched out these modern categories of corruption, we will then, in a subsequent section, propose and discuss some of the possible antidotes. Two of these, the realist and the demonopolist position, both associated with the narrow neoliberal view of corruption, are distinctly non-Marxist in their approach. The realist, who assumes that politics is simply the pursuit of self-interest by other means, adopts a cynical perspective toward the efficacy of collectivist ideals in public life. The demonopolist tends to find the root of all corruption in an overly zealous state and its bribery-prone bureaucrats. Therefore, they argue, the state, through privatization and demonopolization, must be removed from the economy. Other antidotes draw heavily from certain key features of Marx's political thought: the critical role of the press and the public sphere to foster transparency and ethical state decision-making, and the openness to violence as a transformative vehicle of the oppressed, particularly when the oppressor has control over state-sanctioned forms of violence. And, finally, there is one antidote that, though very critical for the stability of the global polity, was neither mentioned nor foreseen in Marx's work. This is the supranational authorities that, in the name of broad principles of social justice, can and should impinge on national sovereignty when democratic ideals have been abused. They offer one of the best prospects to mitigate not only corruption but also the endemic abuses of capitalism. 116. The arrogance of power. As we saw in Marx's critique of Hegel, the state often hides its self-interested agenda behind a legitimating veil of universality and disinterestedness. To be sure, a unifying ethos can, under the proper conditions, guarantee disinterestedness, but, just as easily, it can be manipulated as a legitimating ideology for the powers that be. For example, in the post-colonial democracies of the developing world, many military coups legitimate themselves on the perception that civilian leadership, unlike the military, lacked the Hegelian sense of a national ethos and disinterestedness necessary for honest government. However, as many cases demonstrate, the military's anti-corruption rhetoric in opposition is often blatantly contradicted once it assumes the reins of power. As appealing and as simple as the military's answer to corruption may appear to be, notes one Africa observer, several decades of military rule in Nigeria, Ghana, Zaire, Sierra Leone, Uganda, Sudan, Somalia, and many other African countries have conclusively shown that the military neither has genuine intentions, nor the capacity to stamp out corruption and other forms of official malfeasance. If anything, military officers have shown themselves to be more adept and more brazen in their corrupt practices. 38. Indeed, particularly without the unifying force of an external threat, the military becomes just another self-interested and parasitical class that enriches itself from the public trough. In such cases, it not only abuses public trust, it also blatantly violates its own self-professed norms of honesty and duty to the state. While paying lip service to these norms, the arrogance of power and the potential for private gain in most cases outweigh the pious and patriotic rhetoric. The manipulation of subsidies. A more subtle form of corruption involves the manipulation of subsidies in favor of the politically most powerful classes, what we might call the class distribution bias. Here, the state is not necessarily in the hands of the wealthiest group, but in the service of the professional and middle class. We could say that this form of corruption occurs when wealth legitimately transforms itself into political power. In this category, we would place two related phenomena. 1. The widespread tendency for social spending in developing countries to favor urban areas and the middle class. Subsidies on transport, health, education, and public works become a commodity on a market of political 117. Favors and rewards granted to the most powerful or vocal constituents. These constituents may not be corrupt themselves. In fact, they might even feel that they are acting in the national interest. In a developing country, a new modern hospital in the capital will be seen as a sign of prestige, and will provide care for urbanites, but it will be built at the expense of 100 rural clinics. In such examples, the wills of the politicians and their constituents coalesce in a seemingly legitimate manner. 2. The tendency for government subsidies to fall into the hands of the local ruling class, urban or otherwise. This can happen even when the government's intentions are socialist in character. For example, when the Vietnamese government established a subsidized lending program targeted toward rural peasants, it was the wealthier landowners, better informed, possessing more financial collateral and local political influence, who ultimately benefited. They would apply for and receive loans from the government, which they would then relend to the poorer peasants at a higher rate. 39 Likewise, in India, the World Bank has reported that agricultural input subsidies, such as fertilizer, irrigation, fuel, etc., have gone overwhelmingly to wealthier and agriculturally advanced regions and to larger farmers. They have therefore not been an effective anti-poverty instrument. 40 Such misallocations are not only a function of the higher volume and productivity yields of larger economic entities, but also of their geographic placement and political clout. In terms of public investment in irrigation, villages closest to the water source benefit the most, and these tend also to be wealthier and more fertile regions. Likewise, large landowners often orchestrate the construction of publicly funded wells on their property. The case of India is not unique. But in all examples, the ruling class agents are not engaging in any form of illegal behavior. They are merely manipulating the state, the subsidy-granting machine, to secure their self-interest. The manipulation of the electoral process. Representative democracy relies not only on a bond of trust between the elected official and his constituents, but also on trust in the mechanism by which such officials secure power. But in the United States, the country most vocal in exporting democracy to the developing world, and most dogmatically defensive of the efficiency of its own system at home, the electorate currently expresses widespread cynicism and apathy, if not disgust, with the overbearing influence of high-income individuals, special interests, and corporate lobbies on the electoral process. According to a 1993 poll, 57% of Americans thought that Washington was controlled by lobbyists and special interests. Another poll from the same year found that 33% of those sampled thought that the offices of Congress could just as well be auctioned off to the highest bidder. 41 Indeed, the soaring costs of political 118 campaigns due to the increased role of advertising, polling, and the new cadre of elections specialists, consultants, strategists, lawyers, press liaison officers, and issues advisors, has made election impossible without the financial backing of wealthy interests. To be sure, not all wealthy individuals seek to impose free market policies. Tax breaks, welfare cuts, corporate incentives on the electoral process. In fact, if the 1960s pitted poor activists against the wealthy establishment, the 1990s has witnessed the ascent of financially influential groups with often socially progressive leanings, such as the Hollywood film community, or the Silicon Valley high-tech sectors. The problem, of course, is that irrespective of the shared ideological values that might be broadcast loudly at fundraisers, there are unspoken compromises, or at least perceptions thereof, which handicap the optimal impartiality of politicians. Implicit commitments are built into these networks of relationships that, no matter how pious the rhetoric, reflect the simple fact that donations usually come with strings attached. Thus, an ethnic lobby which might share a candidate's liberal or socially progressive attitudes toward education will reassess its support if that candidate adopts a less friendly foreign policy toward the lobby's mother country. Importantly, the issue here is not the inherent complexity of politics. Any successful mainstream candidate must harmonize a disparate range of constituencies to stay in office. The real problem is that, more and more, the decision as to which constituencies to alienate depends very much on their financial contribution to the campaign war chest, rather than their support in the ballot box. Along these lines, the Democratic Party, which, up until the 1990s, had built its reputation on championing the causes of the poor and marginalized, and on the ability of government to address them, has been, perhaps irretrievably, stigmatized by its collusion with big money interests. By gravitating toward a nondescript political center, by opportunistically embracing whatever cause might secure the best short-term financial benefit, it has revealed the fragility of its commitment to the poor. This is not just a question of its hypocrisy, but rather of its overriding need to secure and sustain power. That, in turn, implies juggling a host of competing interests and preferences not just with blocks of voters but also within individual voters. The unemployed Kentucky miner who would support government funding for a local adult education center, may also be against gun control or same-sex marriages. The X-60s radical turned Hollywood mogul who would support the legalization of marijuana or a more lenient immigration policy, might also lobby hard to widen global distribution of American commercial cinema. Even noble special interests such as the National Education Association, the Teachers Union, might use their leverage for self-preservation, for example, by lobbying against stricter and more frequent testing of teacher competence. Certainly, all these truisms of political life militate against any black and white solutions to the corruption of the electoral process. As Daniel Bell remarks, what is left, what is 119? Right, what is liberal and what is conservative have all become jumbled as different political candidates rapidly shift ground, especially when, looking at public opinion polls, they claim to be responsible to the volatile expression of the voters. 42. On the whole, however, capitalist interests stand to gain the most from influencing the political process in their favor. For they need to seize the power of the state to ensure that its power is not applied. Although they attack big government for its overly interventionist policies, they need to take control over that same government by either corrupt or legitimate means to ensure that it does not intervene to correct market outcomes in the name of equity, such as raising the minimum wage, or improving safety and environmental laws. Unlike in Marx's day, the democratic state is no longer intrinsically opposed to the working classes. But its Achilles heel is its vulnerability to moneyed interests to shape and define its agenda. What Marcuse remarked in the 1960s still holds true today. The left has no equal voice, no equal access to the mass media and their public facilities, not because a conspiracy excludes it, but because, in good old capitalist fashion, it does not have the required purchasing power. And the left does not have the purchasing power because it is the left. 43. In the capitalist democratic process, money may just be an objective indicator of influence, but as long as that influence is unevenly distributed, the majority of voters will remain cynical and disenfranchised. Antidotes to corruption. The realist perspective. A political system in which the people expresses its will. Supposing it to have one which is arguable, without cliques, intrigues, lobbies and factions, exists only as the pious wish of theorists. It is not observable in the West or anywhere else. 44. Vilfredo Pareto. The bargaining intrinsic to the political process leads us right away to a discussion of one of the prime antidotes to corruption, a simple denial that it exists at all. This perspective has a long and distinguished pedigree in the annals of political thought. From Sir Thomas More, Machiavelli, and James Harrington, through to the Italian elitist school of Mosca and Pareto, and finally in modern public choice theory of James Buchanan and Gordon 120. Tulloch, a powerful counterbalance to the foregoing Marxist account of corruption, quite frankly accepts that politics is about power and power is about self-preservation. Along these lines, bureaucrats and politicians, in the economic parlance of the public choice theorists, are merely self-interested utility maximizers. For those who adopt the realist perspective, Marx's contention that the state only serves narrow economic interests is far too limited. Social theorists like Max Weber and Vilfredo Pareto have argued that the influences that guide the behavior of the state cannot be reduced to economics or class interests alone. If anything, they are more about power structures and the interests of groups, many of whose allegiances cut across class lines. In the case of Weber, the bureaucracy cannot be classified as simply an instrument of the ruling class, but rather an autonomous structure of domination. In the case of Pareto, the complexity of elite behavior made an exclusive focus on class untenable. As he wrote in Les Systems Socialists, the class struggle, to which Marx has specially drawn attention, is a real factor, the tokens of which are found on every page of history. But the struggle is not confined only to two classes, the proletariat and the capitalist, it occurs between an infinite number of groups with different interests, and above all between the elites contending for power. The existence of these groups may vary in duration, they may be based on permanent or more or less temporary characteristics. The ship owners combine to get shipping bounties, the retailers act in concert to crush the big shops by taxes, fixed stall holders cabal to prevent or hamper itinerant street sellers, businessmen in one region unite to do down those of another region, organized workers to deprive non-organized workers of jobs, the workers of one country to exclude from the national market the workers of another country. 45. It has been a staple of Marxist thinking to denigrate both Weber and Pareto as bourgeois apologists who deflected attention from the control of capital over the state by reformulating the notion of elites in terms of a complex rather than monolithic theory of class. Yet, there are countless historical examples that support Pareto, most famously, perhaps, the patriotism of German workers during the First World War that helped undermine the communist pacifist movement, or equally, the patriotism of the average blue-collar American during the Cold War. Marx certainly underestimated the range of sentiments, nationalism, ethnic and regional pride, etc., that compete with class consciousness as a motive for certain types of action. More importantly, he seems to lack a theory of generic structures of power, structures which account for a large variety of non-economic forms of conflict. 121. Of gender, race, tribe, and creed, structures whose chemistry defies easy explanation, partly because they are grounded in certain irrational and historically deep-seated emotions. This is a legitimate challenge to Marx's political thought. Nonetheless, the realist perspective that accepts corruption as a natural fact of political life can accommodate neither any normative dimension to politics, that politics should serve the public good, nor the economic basis of its power. It does not hold the state and the political arena to something higher than it appears to be. Nor can it accommodate the possibility that public officials may have interests beyond their own self-interest and self-preservation. Admittedly, more recent variants of realism such as public choice theory emerged in the 1960s in response to overly romantic notions of what big government could achieve. But today many industrialized countries, and particularly the US, are living in an era of budgetary surplus where the mantra of fiscal austerity need not apply to, or at least, interfere with the state's ability to finance necessary public goods. If one abandons any hope that the state and public office holders embody a higher purpose, then one is left with a realist's laissez-faire fatalism that delegates to the market the distribution of public goods, a service which it cannot equitably provide. Demonopolization. Admittedly, the realist's argument is fortified by all the high-level officials who funnel the nation's oil revenues to secret bank accounts, who squander national resources on vanity white elephant projects or military toys, who dole out construction projects that are never completed, who award import and distribution licenses to family and friends. And they all do so because they have monopolized access to state resources, whether these are diamonds for Sierra Leone rebels, petroleum royalties for the Nigerian leaders, amphetamines and heroin for the Myanmar junta, or cocaine for Colombia's leftist insurgents. Just as capitalism has no inbuilt incentive to reform itself, neither does the weak or undemocratic state, particularly when monopolized access to wealth generation provides so many benefits to the few in power. If poverty alleviation requires an enlightened state to temper market forces, how can this be achieved if the agents of the state are equally susceptible to the temptations of profit? Are we attributing too much rationality to a mechanism that after all may simply be made up of self-interested human agents? And, if so, what can be done to restrict the range of self-interested choices by public servants who, whatever their real motives may be, profess an interest in alleviating poverty? In the previous chapter, we concluded that only an enlightened state redistributing surplus in the interests of the poor could mitigate those ills which capitalism cannot or will not correct by itself. This conclusion vested much faith in the ability of the state to act as an arbiter of fiscal resources. 122. Bias toward the worse off. But such faith runs counter to the notion expressed by many theorists of corruption, particularly on the economic side, that the larger the state, the larger the potential for abuse of the public good. 46 as formulated by Mosca. The state control over the means of production would leave the administrators of the state, who are sure to be a minority, in a position where they should be able to combine all economic and political power in their hands and to appropriate the largest share in such a manner as would advance the career of their sons and protégés. 47. Furthermore, studies by the IMF have regularly linked high levels of corruption to high levels of government intervention in the economy. The more discretion government officials have in private sector transactions, such studies argued, the more temptations there will be for abuses of power. 48 An IMF study carried out in 1996 and based on interviews with 165 elite public and private sector leaders in 63 developing countries, found that over 80% of the respondents favored deregulation and liberalization of the economy as a means to curb corruption. 49 Such results have been conveniently summarized under a formula provided by the leading corruption expert, Robert Klitjaart. It holds that corruption equals monopoly plus discretion minus accountability, or C equals M plus D. A monopoly provides opportunities for state agents to enrich themselves, discretion is the abuse of the monopoly for private gain, and the lack of accountability refers to the absence of adequate oversight and monitoring either by the media or higher authorities. Along these lines, mainstream or narrow anti-corruption strategies are often linked to demonopolization, a reduction of state intervention in the economy. But even when bureaucratic tasks offer so many avenues for enrichment, whether they be the granting of crude oil concessions and import licenses, or customs control blocking these avenues, may not necessarily restrict corruption. The problem may lie deeper, in a lack of loyalty to the state, low salaries for bureaucrats, laws that are so irrational and contradictory that they are easy to break with a good conscience, and finally, in a cynicism even among state workers that the state represents nothing but the cronyistic objectives of a particular elite. In short, restricting the state's role in the economy offers few guarantees that the needs of the public will be better administered. On the contrary, the majority of people, who would not normally be able to afford the goods that the state subsidizes, would be, and have been, disenfranchised once the management of these goods is delegated to the private sector and its profit-orientated definition of value. 50. Such has been one of the lessons of privatization, i.e., the sale and delegation of state-owned enterprises to the private sector. Along these lines, while privatizing former state-owned companies can lead to greater efficiencies, 123. Just as often it can lead to chaos when applied to such public goods as transport, power, and sewage, that benefit from a strong coordinating and regulatory body. The privatization of British Rail into some 80-odd private companies led to highly publicized delays and accidents. The privatization of the Soviet airline Aeroflot in the 1990s ruptured the supply lifeline of many remote cities which, in market terms, were no longer profitable destinations. And, on a more general level, the true legacy of privatization in Russia will not be the new efficiencies promised by the foreign advisors, but rather the fact that 2/3 of the shares of the 16,000 firms sold in voucher auctions went to enterprise insiders. 51 Finally, when critical goods such as electricity or sewage have been privatized in the developing world, the market pressures on the foreign companies who are awarded these contracts often take precedent over any sense of responsibility to local poor who had previously benefited from subsidized rates. Then the shift from state to market is simply a shift from the maximization of bureaucratic self-interest to the maximization of profit. 52. This is not to belittle the argument for efficiency, nor caricature the demonopolist position. Greater transparency, accountability, and more effective systems of incentives and disincentives are all required to ensure that the state lives up to its responsibility. Furthermore, some economists who embrace the demonopolist position still see a need for the state to regulate or even partially subsidize even when it is no longer a direct service provider. 53 But to deprive the state of its subsidy-granting power and hope somehow that other private parties will assume it, or to argue that access to public goods should be based on individual purchasing power, only opens the door to anarchy and sporadic pockets of comfort in an otherwise underserviced social sector. The strong state. Acknowledging that a corrupt state and its agents cannot be a neutral arbiter does not mean that shifting responsibility to the private sector will improve the situation. Instead, the task at hand must be, first, to assume that the state is the only authority that transcends the profit-driven incentives of the private sector, and then try to establish means to control and foster that neutrality. In other words, the problem with the state is not its monopoly on services that should otherwise be delegated to the market, but rather how a state can legitimately uphold its natural and monopolistic mandate without turning corrupt. As mentioned above, such faith in the state to harmonize and give direction to a fractured society runs counter to the widespread notion that minimizing the intervention of the state in the economy mitigates the potential for corruption. But a number of historical examples suggest that a strong state can transcend the divisiveness of civil society and promote the general 124 social welfare, and in some cases do so without impinging on the rights of property or the fluency of free trade. The Prussian Customs Union of 1817, which dismantled a host of confusing and obstructive tariff barriers among the various principalities, was a product of an interventionist yet disinterested state. Likewise, Mussolini's government, though blackened by political repression and its unholy alliance with Nazi Germany, brought some efficiency to a corrupt and chaotic society, and did so, in the early stages, with the backing of a citizenry who had become disillusioned with an unsuccessful parliamentary democracy. An authoritarian state with a charismatic leader, a ruthlessly efficient mechanism of punishment and reward, and a clear hierarchy was seen as a disinterested transcendent polity as opposed to the messy arena of liberal democracy where, at least in Italy, the opportunities for corruption had been heightened not lessened by the multiplicity of decision-makers. Fascism was not the correct response to Italy's failure of democracy. But, By the same token, Italy in the post-war period seemed to learn few lessons from the fascist experience. In its wake, Italy reintroduced the weak state. Its constituent assembly, fearful of any one branch of government arrogating to itself too much power, made each equally weak, leading to a fractured coalition government which, through a system of party political quotas, divided up the opportunities offered by the management of government agencies. Instead of one authority acting in the name of the public interest, government became a set of clientelist and profit-seeking oligarchies. 54. Tax evasion and the weak state. Given that the state's mandate is based on allocating social surplus for the public good, its failure to collect and efficiently redistribute tax revenue is a failure of the state as such. Under optimal conditions, the state raises revenue from the people it claims to represent and then distributes it according to priorities set by a consensus among the state's decision-making bodies. Though the people cannot track how each tax dollar is spent, there is a tacit expectation of a return in terms of public goods on the individual citizen's contribution to the state coffers. Once that return is no longer apparent, then the legitimacy of the state is undermined. As such, the level of tax compliance in a given country is a fairly good indicator of both the quality of a country's government and the legitimacy it holds in the eyes of its citizens. High levels of systemic corruption lead to low levels of government revenue, thereby undermining the purpose and efficiency of the state. Why then does the state often fail to appropriate the social surplus adequately? The failure may lie in 125. The mechanism of collection and enforcement, public perception of state competence, or simply, an indifference by the populace, particularly its wealthier members, toward public services in general. Weak states with often unequal income distribution suffer from all three factors. When, for example, in 1998 some $70 billion of Russian money was transferred to the Pacific island of Nauru, one suspects that not only did the state fail to stem tax evasion, but also that those who made their money, either legally or illegally, in the era of wild capitalism, had no respect for either the state or the marginalized citizens, example the workers on the state payroll awaiting long overdue paychecks, who might benefit from public tax revenue. Furthermore, because this class of tax-evading citizens is financially secure, they have sought private, and better, alternatives to public services. As a result, as the tax base eroded, the Russian government managed to collect only 50% of its targeted tax income in 1997. Public services fell into deeper disrepair. This example is not only a symptom of a weak state, but also of a sick and atomized society, one where there is no interest in public good, only private gain. We may or may not want to put the blame for this condition on an excessively laissez-faire market system. The point here is only that the raison d'être of the state rests on its redistributive capacity and is particularly favored to those who cannot access the same public services by private means. I.C. Vito Tanzi and Hamid Dawoodi, Roads to Nowhere, How Corruption in Public Investment Hurts Growth, Economic Issues, Volume 12, Washington, D.C., International Monetary Fund, 1998. Tiny Island of Nauru reinvents itself, International Herald Tribune, October 29, 1999. 3. Valeria Korchagina, Taxman Pits Children Against Parents, Moscow Times, September 2, 1998. In yet another example, the widespread notion that minimizing state intervention minimizes corruption could not be more false when applied to Russia. In hindsight, it seemed the ideal cure. The logic read, the Soviet Union imploded from its own bloated and corrupt nomenclatura. State ownership of industry had not only hampered the natural incentives for innovation and enterprise built into the free market, it had served primarily as a feeding trough for a new elite. 55 Thus, following the fall of communism, an aggressive policy of privatization was pursued. Unfortunately, rather than being an unbridled success for the free market, the case of Russia has illustrated how corruption and inequalities flourish in weak, non-interventionist states. As Stephen Holmes noted in a recent article on Russia, 126. An insolvent state, in the pertinent sense, is one that cannot extract, in a way that is widely deemed to be fair, a modest share of social wealth and then channel the resources extracted into the creation and delivery of public services, rather than into pockets of incumbents and cronies. 56. If a state cannot collect taxes, guarantee property rights, enforce antitrust laws, and punish wrongdoing, in short, if it cannot provide basic services, civil society fractures into a myriad of competing power structures and private service providers who cater to the needs of the wealthy. And if there is no state to care for the worse off and mitigate income disparities, then, as we have seen in Russia, the introduction of capitalism only benefits the pre-existing power structures. Since 1991, the rise in consumer prices has far outpaced the small gains in wages and pensions, leading to a situation where 80% of the population has no savings whatsoever. The result, an estimated 45 million Russians have fallen below the poverty line, while those who have benefited from the reforms, some 4 to 7 million people, have an average monthly income ranging from $500 to $100,000 and 57 cents. The blame for this social disaster cannot and should not be placed solely at the feet of the free market reforms, but it can be placed squarely at the feet of those reformers and their foreign advisers who naively expected that the free market could alleviate poverty without the support of a strong state. 58. In such cases of social instability, it is no surprise that the citizenry then waxes nostalgic for authoritarian leaders. Not just in Russia, where Putin, an ex-KGB operative, has revived retrograde structures after years of rampant anarcho-capitalism and the moral drift of the Yeltsin era, but also in mid-90s Latin America, where populist strongmen have re-emerged after faltering democratic experiments. In Bolivia, in 1997, voters brought back the former dictator, General Hugo Banzer Suarez. That same year, a poll taken in Paraguay found only 16% of the population content with democracy in the wake of the dictatorship of General Stroessner. 59. In Peru, President Fujimori, since deposed, abolished Congress, and clamped down on guerrilla insurgents while still implementing free market programs. And in Venezuela, a country that has squandered much of its oil reserves, the left-leaning former paratrooper, Hugo Chavez, has taken power on a mandate to weed out corruption and help the poor. The advent of such throwback regimes at the beginning of the 21st century raises a troubling internal conflict at the heart of democratic thinking, one that pits universal suffrage and majority rule against freedom of property and the press, and vibrant parliamentary opposition. In that sense, it reinvigorates the Marxian dichotomy between political and human emancipation. For such strongman regimes reflect the fact that the poor are willing to forego abstract democratic rights, political emancipation, in the 127. Hope of concrete economic benefits such as land and housing reform and a more equitable distribution of public goods, human or economic emancipation. They vest their hopes in charismatic leadership that promises to stamp out corruption and regulate the oligarchical networks of power that operate freely in a weak democracy. One might easily counter that this is not the voice of reason but of desperation, the desperation of the impoverished and ignorant to whom the savvy autocrat can peddle unrealistic dreams. Yet, one could easily respond that, faced with the concrete failure of supposedly democratic organs to answer to their needs, the poor in such cases act in an entirely rational manner. Violence. Whether rational or not, critics have used the appeal to violence or the extra-parliamentary authority of the strong state as a testimony of Marx's anti-democratic tendencies. The difference between Marxist and Democrat, wrote one such critic, is that the latter believes it is possible to achieve economic change by peaceful political means, but that nothing short of revolution will satisfy the Marxist 60 while allowing for ambiguities in the Marxist position on violence. This categorical contrast between Marxism and democracy could not be more patently false. It principally ignores the fact that Marx himself made no such categorical statements. Instead, he argued that both peaceful and revolutionary means could be applied to achieve socialist objectives depending on the socio-economic conditions in a given country. While he believed, for example, that reform through the ballot box could achieve these in advanced capitalist countries like Great Britain and the United States. In backward agrarian states under autocratic rule, he felt that violent revolution was a more apt solution. As noted in Chapter 2, Marx's defense of violence rested on two main arguments. Firstly, in cases where the state, in order to secure its power, used violent repression, the masses were equally entitled to respond in kind. This premise has undergirded left-wing revolutionary theory from Lenin through the anti-colonialist ideology of Franz Fanon, to the more radical European terrorist groups of the 1970s, such as the Baader-Meinhof Gang and the Red Brigade. These historical examples are far too complex to address in full here. At best, we should only note that the legitimacy of their claims had generally less to do with formal legal arguments. When is state-sanctioned violence legitimate? When is violence against the state legitimate, but rather with the degree of public support which these movements garnered? And the degree of support depended to a large extent on the graphic visibility of the crimes of their adversary, whether they were those of generic Western imperialism or of a national regime. Thus, violent opposition to the brutality of apartheid was easier to justify than the more dubious theoretical arguments used by European terrorists to justify their assassinations and kidnappings of 128 corporate CEOs. The Marxist guerrillas of Colombia have gained some public sympathy from the extra-legal acts carried out by right-wing paramilitaries, whereas the Islamic terrorists who bomb civilian airliners have had a more difficult case to make. Whatever moral credit their cause may have had is soon eroded by their indiscriminate killing of innocent civilians. When we observe the Marxist tradition in broad historical terms, something similar has occurred. While violent rebellion was originally seen as a legitimate response to oppressive autocratic regimes who had the military at their disposal, and briefly gained even a kind of lyrical nobility during the Paris Commune, the subsequent Bolshevik and Stalinist abuses of state power in the name of socialist objectives forced a reassessment. To a certain extent, the Stalinist terror dwarfed to such a large degree whatever abuses were carried out by the state in capitalist countries, that the first argument for revolutionary violence lost all credibility, at least among social progressives in the West. The second argument for violence against corrupt states could be called the revolutionary outlet argument. In cases where the masses are marginalized, because the legislative branch is either ineffective or infected by nepotism and kleptocratic links to its ruler, there is no outlet for reform other than revolution. But Marx did not really anticipate that the West European bourgeoisie would eventually grant a series of basic rights to the working poor, i.e., the rise of the social welfare state. In cases where reform seemed like an unviable option, Marx encouraged revolution not as spontaneous uprisings, but as movements orchestrated by a preparatory political organization. Such organizations would not impose their agenda on an uncooperative society, but rather harness historical momentum in their favor. Corrupt states would not simply collapse due to pressure from below, rather their own internal contradictions would give rise to conditions ripe for a revolutionary seizure of power. And, to this day, when resignation, anger, and cynicism among the populace collide with the stubborn, if not smug, entrenchment among the elites, revolutionary uprisings ensue. The Cuban revolt against Batista in the late 1950s, Romanian revolt against Ceausescu in the late 1980s, and the Indonesian revolt against Suharto in the late 1990s, though each representing a different chemistry between the government and the governed, were all carried out in the name of direct democracy, the people's wakening to the illegitimacy of their state. Watchdogs and direct democracy. Those wary of violence and anti-corruption coups vest their hopes in strengthening civil society and providing teeth to the traditional watchdogs of the state, i.e., the media, advocacy groups, and public opinion polls of the citizenry. 61. As we have noted, Marx's ideal of direct democracy rested not only on the expansion of rights discourse to include economic freedom, but also on an 129. Active and educated citizenry debating common ends in the public sphere. Until recently, the aim of direct democracy has seemed elusive if not utopian. But the last decade, in particular, has brought about an impressive professionalization of grassroots movements and watchdog groups. While pursuing their original mission, organizations such as Amnesty International or Greenpeace have also efficiently played the market to recruit talented writers, lawyers, and researchers who are at home in the establishment while often ideologically opposed to it. Along these lines, mass movements in the form of mainstream non-governmental organizations have become, very much like the role Marx assigned to a free press, a powerful mediator between the marginalized and the decision-makers. Likewise, the increasing sensitivity of decision-making to polling data, and the instantaneous barometer of public opinion provided by online surveys, also provide avenues for more direct forms of democracy. A case in point here is the hotly contested debate over taxation in the United States. In a recent CNN/Time poll, 74% of the Americans sampled voted to allocate the surplus towards Social Security, rather than have the tax money returned, and in a related NBC/Wall Street Journal poll, 55% of the public preferred using the surplus for unmet needs such as education, healthcare, and national defense, whereas only 34% preferred a tax cut. 62 Assuming the government has some legitimacy, this preference has a majoritarian logic. Because the majority earns little income, they have more to gain from an improvement in public goods than they would from nominal personal tax relief. As a percentage of income, the lion's share would anyway go to the wealthiest class. The results of such polls may or may not impact on Congress's decision, but increasingly they represent a barometer of the public will that cannot be ignored. Furthermore, such polling data can gauge the public position on important issues more quickly and more frequently than can the 2-4 or 6-year election cycle of the legislative and executive branch. Finally, polls circumvent entrenched structures of power to which congressional representatives are beholden and make an unmediated determination of social values. This type of direct democracy, even though it has yet to be institutionalized, is an intimate cousin of Marxian thinking. The state, assuming that it has credibility in the public eye, determines values on the basis of unmediated public opinion, and accordingly apportions resources to benefit the public good. This mediation of the public will through the empirical reality of polling data is a form of democratic state planning with few of its totalitarian implications. Supranational authorities. Finally, to expose corruption in a given country is meaningless if the perpetrators cannot be prosecuted and punished. This implies a need to strengthen 130 supranational authorities which can actively collaborate with the local watchdogs and press. The United Nations, the World Bank, the IMF, the OECD, and powerful industrialized nations can all play a significant role in restricting the private exploitation of public wealth. How is it, for example, that it took the Philippine government 12 years to secure the return of illegal Marcos funds, over $500 million, stored in Swiss bank accounts? How could the former dictator of Nigeria, Sani Abacha, store $654 million in 140 different accounts spread over 11 Swiss banks? 63 How is it that nearly half the total of Russian money stored in Swiss banks, close to $20 billion, was illegally obtained? 64 Even if we allow for the fact that drug cartels and organized crime will always find safe havens for their illicit profits, there is no excuse on the part of the West to allow states, and particularly poor ones, to be deprived of much needed revenue due to the greed of their leaders. Nor is it ethical to allow poorer states to suffer the mass depletion of fiscal revenues through tax evasion simply because they are not able to prevent it. Through supranational intervention and international cooperation, more vigilance could also be exercised to cut off illicit funding, either in the form of drugs or precious metals, for illegitimate insurgencies, those which, either on the basis of referenda or some other means, have been determined to have little or popular support. Since this implies not only the imposition of sanctions and boycotts, but also their efficient enforcement, there needs to be greater will among the wealthiest countries, particularly the United States, to relinquish fiscal sovereignty to supranational institutions that can execute this mandate divorced from partisan foreign policy interests. Of course, to demand more vigilance on the part of supranational authorities raises complex issues of national sovereignty. But even if the ideal of uniformly efficient institutions and governments around the globe is many years away, the first step is surely to prevent the complicity between Western banking institutions that legitimate illegal funds and the corrupt foreign leaders who become their clients. However paternalistic and neocolonialist it may sound, sovereignty in that respect is a privilege, not a right. Those countries that cannot trust their leaders with honestly managing public revenue, must have it managed for them. There should be little tolerance for puerile African leaders who, upon losing an election, take to the jungle and create further atrocities and instability in their raw quest for power. This is the sad truth of leadership in the developing world. Decades of third world antipathy toward first world paternalism, whether in the military, commercial, or cultural sphere, have done little to generate efficient governments that earn the trust of their citizenry. Decades of instability and immiseration, greed and arrogance, disrespect for law and equity in its policies and leadership, have irreparably compromised any moral credit the local elites had at the dawn of the post-colonial era. It is to that extent baffling that critics of globalization rarely include local elites and ruling 131 officials as targets of their invective, for such elites share much of the blame for their squandered opportunities and the corruption that has befallen their nations. For this reason alone, the divisive North-South paradigm of leftist development theory is today obsolete in the field of politics. While it still holds true for the exploitation of unskilled wage labor, in terms of mitigating corruption, Western and supranational entities appear, in fact, to be the only hope of reining in corruption in states that cannot rule themselves. Finally, supranational entities can regulate the abuses of transnational corporations which operate across liquid boundaries and often wield more economic and political leverage than the poor countries that host their factories. If it was once hoped that states could regulate capitalism by means of their domestic laws, now it is clear that only coordinated action on the part of supranational entities can encourage, if not force, these transnationals to comply with universally applicable labor and environmental standards. At this stage, most of such efforts either under the auspices of the UN or the OECD have only resulted in non-binding gentlemen's agreements. To arm these agreements with an enforcement capability would require not so much a change of will, as a change of mandate. This implies giving international organizations the authority not only to propose policy suggestions but also to police them. This is the major problematic shaping the New World Order, a moment of hesitation and tension as nation-states deliberate how and whether to relinquish their sovereignty to supranational authorities in the name of universal ideals. Conclusion. Just as capitalism does not reform itself voluntarily, neither does the state that serves its interests. Capitalism does not reform itself voluntarily because to raise wages, improve benefits, improve environmental standards, or make philanthropic donations, either diminishes profits or raises the retail price of goods or services. This erodes competitiveness and eventually leads to a firm's demise. Thus, capitalist firms adopt socially progressive measures only under the pressure of state regulation, primarily because such regulation is universally binding, i.e., does not demand unilateral self-corrections by any one firm in a competitive market. Equally, the liberal democratic state will not broaden its definition of freedom to include basic economic goods such as universal health care, will not weed out corruption and self-interest among governmental institutions that are supposedly serving the public good, unless the electorate demands it. Or, if the government is deaf to the demands of the electorate, then it will respond only if the people take to the streets and overwhelm the military. These basic principles stand as valid now as they did in Marx's times. They emerge from a realistic penetration into the power structures disguised behind the optimistic rhetoric of liberal democracy. As one contemporary observer remarks, 132. Marxism captures the real ontology of capitalism in all its various potentially transformational moments like no other system. In this regard, any realist appreciation of capitalism must bend toward Marxian insights, almost involuntarily. Marxism at its best, therefore, is realism, and the good Marxist is one who keeps reality in focus as the determining factor of theory, rather than the texts of Marx, which can easily be turned into the pseudo-ontology of the word. 65. Following this definition, one might conclude that all too often, the most committed Marxists were not good Marxists. For good realism, honestly applied, would have to expose firstly the flaws of capitalism based not on sentimental gestures and protests, as many grassroots activists are prone to do, but on a thorough analytical understanding of their adversary. Yes, there is a moral component to any anti-capitalist protest. But, as Marx's disciple Koski declared, very much in the spirit of Marx's antipathy to sentimentalism, with ethos alone, without a deeper economic and historical perception, one cannot get very far. 66. This implies that anti-globalization activists, especially the young anarchists who, at times, seem to possess more enthusiasm than education, must grasp not only the complexities of the institutions they criticize, but also the legitimate mandate of these institutions to stimulate investment, entrepreneurship, and fiscal responsibility, all essential properties of a robust society. Secondly, good realism would have to expose not only the vacuity of political emancipation in an impoverished, corrupt, or negligent democracy, but also how historically the Marxist goal of human emancipation has gone drastically awry. That goal provided communist leaders with a convenient mandate to trample on individual liberties in the name of an abstract and elusive new society, one which never had nor could have a definitive shape, one which was always arbitrarily defined by the leaders and the party. In short, in the aftermath of the living communist experiment, no amount of revisionism can erase the tremendous human cost of these failed utopias. Nonetheless, even if the goal of human emancipation is not entirely workable as a political objective, certain aspects of Marx's political thought can mitigate the crippling effect of corruption on the efficiency and legitimacy of the democratic state. The state as an instrument of moneyed interest can be transformed into an agent of the public good. And the institutions of civil society, the press and pundits, the watchdog groups, organized protests can hold public office holders accountable to the noble purpose they claim to serve. Finally, Marx professed the hope, however naive, that the citizenry would one day become educated enough to rule itself. Admittedly, in a complex modern society, there will always be a need to delegate the administration of the public good to a group of elected leaders. This perhaps explains why, with the exception of the Paris Commune, a model with 133 limited modern application, Marx was never able to articulate the shape of a truly direct democracy, one without recourse to mediating institutions such as the state. But if a vibrant civil society holds them in check, these mediating institutions, of which the state is the most important, need not take on a life of their own. When held accountable, they can administer the public good, one defined, first and foremost, as attending to the needs of the poor. 134. 5. Banality. When all economic misery and pain has vanished, laboring humanity has not yet reached its goal, it has only created the possibility of beginning to move toward its goals with renewed vigor. Now, culture is the form of the idea of man's humanness. 1. G. Lukács. If the masses are no longer poor, and their states are no longer corrupt, what are the remaining barriers to freedom? What is freedom if you live a middle-class life in an efficient polity? One might argue that it then becomes an entirely personal issue, a task of setting and achieving goals, of finding satisfaction in one's chosen vocation, of deriving pleasure from friends and loved ones, and, ultimately, of realizing one's full potential. These problems, a cynic could argue, became central to Marxism, its Western variety, only when there were no others left to criticize. Indeed, as we learned in Chapter 2, when the most egregious abuses of capitalism had been reined in, when states began to regulate and enforce, the Marxists began to look for more insidious signs, the commodification of culture, the manipulation of desire through advertising, the peddling of a false ideology that seeks status, self-esteem, and personal worth in material goods. The cynic is right in the sense that these questions only come to the fore when the more serious ones have either already been addressed, or have been addressed enough not to arouse mass protest. But that does not make them any less poignant. For Marxism is not about negativity for negativity's sake, i.e., an uncompromising intellectualism that can only criticize and find fault. It is about liberating the creative potential of the human being through his or her labor. Yet, here new obstacles arise. In the modern era, as greater productivity and medical advances expand our lives beyond work, we are burdened with a new kind of freedom, how to spend our leisure time. In turn, however, our scope to shape this leisure sphere and find therein space for autonomous and creative expression is perpetually inhibited by capitalist influences on the production of culture. Banality, which we turn to next, is the sum total of these influences, and the most open-ended and elusive of our three themes. In its most common usage, banality is synonymous with the trivial, the trite, and the unoriginal. 135. In fact, the banal is not just unoriginal, it is tedious and off-putting in its unoriginality. At its most basic level, it refers to all subject matter that fails to transcend the ordinary, such as conversations on the weather, the daily commute, or personal computing. The banal also refers to the inauthenticity that derives from replication and simulation. Not all forms of replication are banal. Mass production has brought extraordinary benefits to the common man, but what is banal are those replications of cultural products that devalue and dumb down our understanding of their original context and meanings, example the impressionist reprints on dorm room walls, or the fake Greek columns on ranch-style homes. Finally, at the deepest level, the banal refers to all forms of despiritualized and impersonal human interaction. When Hannah Arendt coined the banality of evil in a work of the same title on Eichmann and his role in the Holocaust, she was referring to the utter failure to engage humans as human beings in their sacred and immutable individuality. In its capitalist context, this tendency manifests itself in all forms of human interaction where the individuality of the human agent is replaced by the generic fact of his or her purchasing power, where, in terms expressed by the early Marx, being is replaced by having, when the human value of the agent is replaced by his or her dollar value as consumer. Collated, all these various definitions of banality add up to the condition of culture under capitalism. Under capitalism, banality is to culture what poverty is to economics and what corruption is to politics. All these negative terms, or obstacles to freedom as I refer to them, play off their opposite. In the case of banality, it plays off a concept of an ideal culture, a culture untainted by dollar-determined value and dehumanizing forms of leisure. As we reviewed in Chapter 2, the Marxist tradition of cultural criticism, as a corollary to the tradition of romantic anti-capitalism, was built on the contrast between culture and technology, reverie and rationalism, on essentially an ideal of culture besieged by the fragmenting and dehumanizing effects of industrialization. Among early 20th century Viennese intellectuals such as Lukács and Weininger and the members of the Frankfurt School, it emerged as a high culture response to capitalist mass production, and the corruption by science and technology of the arts. They pitted the pettiness of functionalism against the grandeur of creative thinking, specialization against the generalist knowledge of the cultivated individual, in short, the Philistine against the Renaissance man. Today, much like fin de siècle Vienna, we are similarly living in an era of unprecedented technological dominance, one that, besides the medical and scientific benefits it has offered us, is obsessed with time-saving gadgetry, hyperconvenience, and consumption. It is, as the philosopher Weininger wrote of early 20th century Vienna, a time without originality and yet with the most foolish craving for originality too. In the postmodern era, we may be more aware that the world of capitalist culture has turned liquid, transient, and ephemeral, that borders have melted. 136. Between high and low culture, that savvy corporations rapidly co-opt and reproduce the countercultural, and that the lifespan of consumer tastes and fads has shortened dramatically. Worthy critics have documented this phenomenon with the appropriate sarcasm and panache. But ultimately, it is a dead-end street if we do not have some understanding of what should be happening, if we do not take a step back and consider what purpose, if any, an ideal of culture should serve. Without a hierarchy of aesthetic values and a hierarchy of leisure structures in which to appreciate them, in short, without criteria to judge between good and bad culture, any notion of an ideal culture, understood as one relatively free of banality, is meaningless. This essentialist vision does not mean that culture should be repoliticized, only that it should recuperate its utopian, even elitist, dimensions which postmodern discourse has tried so hard to eradicate. In order to restore some meaning to the concept of culture, we might then be well served to begin with some basic distinctions. For Lukács, in many ways the founder of the Marxian variant of romantic anti-capitalism, culture was simply the ensemble of valuable products and abilities which are dispensable in relation to the immediate maintenance of life. 3. While some might find the broadness of this definition limiting, it has two advantages. Firstly, it places the discussion in terms of a simple dichotomy between basic and surplus needs. Thus, whatever else we might say about the concept of culture, this distinction rather aptly captures the sense in which culture is that realm of surplus needs which not only separates humans from animals, but also, in broadest terms, encompasses all those extra dimensions that make our life worth living beyond basic survival, entertainment, friendship, family, love, etc. For Marx, this realm of culture as surplus time is the end goal of his theory of emancipation. A man who has no free time to dispose of, he noted in value, price, and profit, whose whole lifetime, apart from the mere physical interruptions by sleep, meals, and so forth, is absorbed by his labor for the capitalist, is less than a beast of burden. He is a mere machine for producing foreign wealth, broken in body and brutalized in the mind. 4. Secondly, this broad definition of culture incorporates an already modernized form of Marxism, one that transcends class distinctions to embrace the oppressive lifestyles of not only the marginalized poor, but also the majority, working middle class. As the American media perennially uncovers during an election year, the dual-income couple's greatest concerns are not relations with China, space exploration, or agricultural subsidies but simply how to get more sleep and spend more time together. In that sense, the plight of the urban poor is tragic, but that of the suburban working couple is sad in a different way, given that the life they lead deprived of leisure time, sensuality and ecstatic moments upsets the middle-class logic of deferred gratification. That logic promises rewards that never materialize. In preparation for their adult life, they studied hard, got the right degrees, yet ultimately ended up with a soulless life full of a kind of routinized hectic 137. Energy commuting, petty chores, interspersed with rigidly scheduled quality time in order to sustain the relationship. These everyday life questions elude political solutions, but they are clearly a function of our capitalist society, one where, contrary to the adage, time is not just equal to money, it is worth far more. For money cannot ennoble the spirit, develop a personality, or enhance our understanding of the world around us. Only time can provide for this. And however much the working man of any class strives toward that day when he can retire to his hobbies or passions, that day remains entirely elusive or comes too late. Culture, as the realm of surplus needs, clearly then depends on a certain amount of time in which to enjoy it. Conversely, deprivation of time impedes not only our satisfaction of surplus needs, but also the self-development required to explore higher forms of culture. With this basic definition in place, we can proceed to define what constitutes good and bad culture, and how this distinction is, to a large extent, determined by capitalist logic. Again, we might say here, by way of preliminaries, that some consider that postmodernism has rendered obsolete the distinction between authentic and inauthentic culture. It is true that, whatever its other faults, the postmodern sensibility was a helpful antidote to the cultural elitism of the early generation of critical theorists such as Adorno and Horkheimer. To write off mass culture and the culture industry in conspiratorial tones, in terms of dichotomies of manipulators and manipulated, of a profit-seeking elite force-feeding cultural goods to stupefied masses, is far too simplistic. It not only ignores many of the good things in popular culture or, for that matter, many of the bad in high culture, but it also discounts the autonomy of individuals to make consumption choices about their cultural goods. Nonetheless, postmodernism may have gone too far in the other direction, advocating an aesthetic free-for-all, and over-relativizing the criteria used to judge cultural forms. Admittedly, while it is easy to mock the sterility of pseudo-Italianate suburban villas, or revived historic districts, the eclecticism of the postmodern, particularly urban environment, demands that each experience of that environment be inherently subjective. But this is not to say that we should fully adopt the postmodern viewpoint and simply delegate judgment to the experiencing subject. However much the postmodernist may want to disagree, there is a hierarchy to experiencing subjects and the quality of their aesthetic appreciation. And it has an indisputable empirical basis. The quality of one's perspective on culture and its goods is a direct function of one's experience and education, all, in turn, a function of how one exploits one's leisure time. Marx's culture theory. If culture is the sum of things that ennoble man beyond the satisfaction of his basic needs, the question then becomes, what kind of culture ennobles 138? Man. Because Marx left no systematic work on culture or aesthetics, and since he provided few clues to the leisure structures of the post-capitalist world, the answer to this question is quite short. Marx's view of the liberated man enjoying his surplus is dilettantish and individualistic. It is against specialization and for the well-rounded individual. In communist society, there would be no painters, just people who, among other things, paint. In the absence of a profit incentive, man would work toward developing his creative faculties, pursuing interests that enrich his life and provide extra dimensions to his personality. Human relations would be free from the corrupting influence of money. But beyond this simple hope, a number of themes and concepts are embedded in the Marxian corpus that later lent themselves to a variety of cultural theories. Although Marx left behind no systematic treatise on art, two separate traditions of Marxist culture theory evolved, in the Soviet bloc and the West, respectively. The two traditions are radically different and can best be distinguished by their contrasting agendas, one optimistic the other pessimistic. The cruder of the two is the optimistic form for the simple reason that, as it evolved in the Soviet Union under the rubric of socialist realism, it undermined both the critical and the individual dimension of art in favor of uplifting and transparently propagandistic narratives that furthered state interests. Alexander Zdanov, Stalin's Commissar for Culture, spelled out the objectives of socialist realism quite clearly: to help the state to rear our young people correctly, to answer their need and questions, to bring up the young generation in a spirit of optimism and faith in its cause, to make it unafraid of obstacles and ready to overcome all obstacles. 5. Socialist realism traces its legacy back to 19th-century realist portraits of the common man, and a certain critical fatigue with the self-indulgence and pessimism of literary modernism, but in its Soviet form it became but a caricature of art. To this day, even with the benefit of hindsight and the more sober assessment it allows, there is little good that can be said of the pompous, oversized celebrations of the common man, the tedious unidimensional dramas praising pipelines and tractor factories, the crude mythologies to socialist sacrifice which characterized this tradition at its height. As a result of this legacy, even in the West, a critical aesthetic which bemoans, perhaps correctly, the continued cynicism, self-indulgence, and overuse of irony of contemporary art has not yet been able to proffer a viable optimistic counterbalance. Not only is the tainted legacy of Stalinist socialist realism still so overbearing, among the cultural consumer there is an ingrained wariness of politicized art forms, those that wear their righteousness too openly on their sleeve. 139. Instead, the more vibrant dimension of Marxist cultural theory is, and has always been, its negative form. In the 20th century, theorists drew their inspiration from two main sources: 1. The early Marx's Feuerbach-influenced theory of alienation, 2. the theory of commodity fetishism as developed in Das Kapital. The theory of alienation. Marx's theory of alienation, as described in the economic and philosophical manuscripts, was outlined in some detail in Chapter 1. Here, suffice it to say that Marx's theory evolves from a critique of Hegel, and particularly his notion of alienated self-consciousness. Consistent with his objective of liberating man from the opiate of religious mysticism, Marx roots self-consciousness in a sensuous, nature-bound relation to labor. Though conceding that Hegel also acknowledges that labor is the source of man's self-creating, Marx claims that, labor as Hegel understands and recognizes it is abstract mental labor. 6. In Marx's view, however, this is extremely limiting. Because most people are not philosophers, but rather workers locked into a struggle for survival, really the only alienation worth speaking of is the alienation of man from his own labor. If one has no control over the product of one's labor, as is the case of the unskilled wage laborer, then one is rightly alienated from one's power of creation or, to say the same thing, from oneself. Thus, the transcendence of alienation would imply a blurring of the distinction between work and play, a world given over to leisurely pursuits as part of one's aesthetic education. If one were to remove the economic dimension, that is, the revolutionary task of transforming capitalism into something more benign, then one would be left with a vision of labor similar to the romantic Schillerian ideal. Modeled on ancient Greece, that ideal posits a vision of the free individual who is fully formed, who does not work, and has the leisure and the means to cultivate all his latent capabilities to their full extent. 7. We might agree that this vision of the moneyed aesthete is a sensible and appealing notion of the good life. And we can find this appealing even while recognizing that it depends on a considerable aesthetic education, one which gives the subject the motivation and discipline to pursue his or her interests without distraction from other more easily digested leisure goods. It is a vision wherein each person is a producer, not a consumer, active rather than passive. The point here is that, although Marx correlates the transcendence of alienation to an economic and political process, the revolutionary transformation of capitalism, in fact the vision he paints of the restored man, could not possibly be fulfilled in economic terms alone. As a result, once the concept of alienation is extended beyond the workplace, there is a danger that it loses its explanatory value. For then, what of all the other forms of alienation, the fact that we suffer, struggle, and die, that we often yearn for 140 things, people, or talents we can never possess? Or what about the views of non-Marxian sociologists such as Mannheim or Weber, who relativized economic alienation in the context of a host of general negative symptoms of modernization? In their view, technology and modern forms of power all work to separate the individual from control over his labor. In this broad schema, the soldier is alienated from his weapons, the jet bomber pilot from his victim, the civil servant from the instruments of his rule. We can readily see that defining alienation as simply a mediated and obstructed relation between a subject and object quickly becomes a rather unwieldy concept, a generic catch-all to define the predicament of man in general. As Daniel Bell rightly pointed out as early as the 1950s, the greater the scope which Marxist sympathizers attributed to the alienation defined in the early economic and philosophical manuscripts, the less distinct it became. The themes of alienation, anomie, bureaucratization, depersonalization, privatization have been common coin in the sociological literature for more than a decade and a half. In the light of all of this, the recent attempts to proclaim the theme of alienation in the early Marx as a great new theoretical advantage in the understanding of contemporary society is indeed strange. 8. However, to his credit, Marx's focus on alienation has slightly more limited parameters than simply a broad indictment of the dehumanizing effects of technological progress. Nor, on the other hand, is it entirely limited to the alienation of the proletarian worker under capitalism. 9. It is, as outlined in the economic and philosophical manuscripts, primarily directed at the corrosive impact of money, as the mediating bridge between man and his needs. Money is the alienated ability of mankind insofar as it affords man objects that he might not otherwise be able to obtain on the basis of his innate human qualities. As such, money alienates the human being from his essential properties and powers. He who can buy bravery is brave, though he be a coward. As money is not exchanged for any specific quality, for any one specific thing, or for any particular human essential power, but for the entire objective world of man and nature, from the standpoint of its possessor it therefore serves to exchange every quality for every other, even contradictory, quality and object. It is the fraternization of impossibilities. It makes contradictions embrace. Point 10. The ugly rich man with his gorgeous trophy bride is only the most glaring of contradiction which money creates and makes possible. Money essentially distorts the communication and exchange of authentic qualities that 141 correspond to the ideal of de-alienated human interaction. The difference between authentic and inauthentic living is thus the difference between being and having. Love should only be exchanged for love, art can only commune with a cultivated mind, influence over others can only be achieved through charisma. One cannot buy love or loyalty, nor can one buy into sophistication. Commodity fetishism. While these may be timeless maxims not out of place in the Christian canon, early 20th century romantic anti-capitalism, or other moral positions that frown upon the temptations of earthly goods, what Marx and the Western Marxists challenge is the transformational quality of money. They condemn its ability to create the illusion of authenticity and freedom, and its tendency, in capitalist culture, to conflate quantitative with qualitative measures of value. In the Marxian opus, this dual character of money was spelled out most clearly in the section on commodity fetishism in Das Kapital. 11. These remarks enabled later Marxists to broaden their frame of reference away from the workers' struggle to the more general role of money in culture, harnessing Feuerbachian notions of mystification and projection along the way. It allowed them to speak not only about the alienation of the worker, but the alienation of the capitalist and the bourgeois cultural consumer as well. Whereas money might appear as a condition of freedom for the capitalist, in the fetish theory, this condition proves illusory, an insatiable source of material goods that distract from the real source of his woes. Lukács, who made Marx's fetish theory central to his analysis, provides here a simple description. The man of the fetishized world, who can cure his disgust only in intoxication, seeks, like the morphine addict, to find a way out by heightening the intensity of the intoxicant rather than by a way of life that has no need of intoxication. Point 12. The section on fetishism in Das Kapital draws upon Feuerbach's theory of religious projection, accenting the otherworldly character of commodities, abounding with the imagery of mystification, of transposing illusory values onto lifeless things. In its neo-Marxist variant, we find the religious imagery sustained in the form of Guy Debord's definition of the spectacle, a technological version of the exiling of human powers in a world beyond, and the spectacle is the material construction of the religious illusion. 13. The fetishized commodity appropriates ethereal qualities and symbolic meaning, freedom, power, the erotic that transcend its basic utility. Not surprisingly, critics have focused on advertising, the illusion industry as Wolfgang Haug called it, as one of the chief mediators of fetishism, i.e., of commodities amplified and packaged to represent something they are not. In these images, Haug 142 wrote in Critique of Commodity Aesthetics, an important work in this genre. People are continually shown the unfulfilled aspects of existence. The illusion ingratiates itself, promising satisfaction. It reads desires in one's eyes, and brings them to the surface of the commodity. 14. The structure of banality. The theories of alienation and commodity fetishism form the raw ingredients of Marxian culture theory. Together, they condemn the infiltration of capitalist structures into man's cherished and potentially emancipating zone of leisure and surplus time. On this foundation, we can now inspect more closely how these two interlocking theories contribute to our understanding of inauthentic, or banal, culture. We will structure this analysis primarily with reference to the state of American culture at the beginning of the second millennium, not only because its culture dominates the globe, but also because it does so through such unadulterated capitalist methods of distribution. Indeed, As early as the 1930s, for European leftist critics the liberating effects of jazzicide America has been used as a shorthand for all that was undesirable or disturbing about Western life. 15 We need not endorse the words of one French critic, it is solidly organized egoism, it is evil made systematic and regular, in a word it is the materialism of human destiny. 16 To recognize that, as the most consumerist society in the world, the United States presents ample material for any study. On the links between culture and money. Building on the two pillars of Marx's culture theory, we will review below three of their classic applications in Western, particularly American, society. These three applications, which we will label the perversion of value, the manipulation of desire, and the simulation of reality, together form the basic structure of banality. The perversion of value. As originally formulated by Lukács, the perversion of value is the symptom of a trend by which economic relations replace social relations, and the intrinsic value of goods is replaced by their external commodity value. Under capitalism, everything ceases to be valuable for itself or by virtue of its inner, example artistic, ethical, value. A thing has value only as a ware bought and sold on the market. 17 It is the placing of a price tag on things which earlier defied commodification. It puts up for sale items that should not or, under ideal conditions, would not be placed on the market. It is that phenomenon which lends itself easily to the language of prostitution and debasement because the violated value of the woman, her inner sanctum, is a powerful image of the debasement of value in general. The money economy will increasingly gloss over the fact, Lukács' mentor Simmel wrote 100 years ago, that the money value of things does not fully replace what we 143 ourselves possess in them, that they have qualities that cannot be expressed in money. 18. We recognize this debasement when a favorite actor or sports hero, now past his prime, promotes hair weaves, holiday homes, or weatherproofed siding on late-night television. Though his voice remains clear, and his gaze as strong and sincere as always, his dignity is hopelessly compromised by the product he peddles. He prostitutes himself for the sake of an endorsement fee. We recognize it when a sports stadium which used to carry the name of its city or local hero renames itself after a dot.com corporation, often ending in the letter X, a letter whose sanitized, technical aura could not be less compatible with nostalgia, loyalty, and sense of place. On Broadway, the famous Selwyn Theater is being renamed the American Airlines Theater. The Winter Garden Theater may soon be renamed after the luxury car, Cadillac, and Boston City Council has even considered selling the naming rights of subway stations to the highest corporate bidder. The point here, as we have mentioned in other chapters, is not that these acts, however desperate, do not follow the logic of capitalism. They invariably do. As Mondale pointed out in Late Capitalism, it is in the expansive nature of capitalism in this particular late phase to turn services into commodities, to replace service capital with productive capital, and, in general, commoditize the public goods which were originally paid for with taxpayers' money. 19 To commoditize what one can commoditize, to sell what can sell. These are the hallmarks of the system. But the perversion of value is dehumanizing in the most literal sense of the term. As in the case of the sale of stadium naming rights, the human dimension, the local heroes, philanthropists, or politicians who were identified with a distinct sense of place, and who gave distinction and identity to that place by way of their name, has been erased by the need to generate extra income. The significance of names as organic markers of local identity and tradition is conveniently ignored. The perversion of value also extends to human interaction. Americans complain about the gruff professionalism of waiters in Europe, as much as Europeans are bemused by the cloying friendliness of waiters in America. The difference lies in the tip. In Europe, it is included in the bill, so the only reason for the waiter to transgress the border between client and service provider is because of a genuine chemistry between the two parties, a sentiment ulterior to the financial incentive. In America, that chemistry is manufactured from the get-go: the smile, the fake curiosity, the engaging conversation. But watch the smile turn to bitterness and spite if a tip below the smallest 15%er is offered. It may well be that working for the tip provides an extra incentive, but it also injects an element of artifice into normal human interactions. Still, while it is easy to pronounce oneself piously in favor of real value, as opposed to market-driven value, it is at times difficult, in an economy so fully commoditized as America's, to separate the two. In publishing, we 144 know that all good literature does not sell poorly, nor does all commercialized pulp sell well. The fickle nature of the consumer should not be underrated. There is, in fact, a hidden authentic value behind the dollar value of a consumer choice. And, assuming one is not the most die-hard avant-gardist, that hidden value could be said to lie at the heart of the very nature and function of art, that it must find an audience. A work that does not find an audience may genuinely be too advanced or controversial for conventional tastes. But other times, it may simply be bad art masquerading as high culture, too pompous to care whether it has an audience or not. As an example, we might cite the dramatic increase in independent filmmaking over the last decade. These films are often labors of love made by talented individuals who made a conscious choice to avoid the Hollywood system and set out on their own. Some are good, but others, as the film critics, once their greatest champions, are starting to realize, are, if not downright amateurish, then intellectually pretentious, unappealingly self-indulgent, or gratuitously rebellious, fractured, and confusing. The Western Marxist contrast between the commodity value of a cultural product and its inner value may then not always be as clear-cut and convenient as it promises. It may reflect a rather simplistic understanding of how financial decisions are made in the cultural industry. Whether a given film or book will sell is only an outer reflection of a deeper measurement of the film's or book's appeal to a good number of people. The criteria behind judging that appeal may vary from the intuitive hunch of a studio or publishing executive to elaborate polling of trial audiences. What critics of the culture industry fail to realize is that works which are deliberately crafted to suit a particular audience or particular trend rarely convince those who have the power to bring them to a larger audience. In fact, there is probably a greater synergy between conventional aesthetic criteria and the marketplace than most progressive culture critics wish to acknowledge. Nonetheless, the perversion of value remains a compelling indictment of cultural production under capitalism. Its greatest strength as a critical perspective lies perhaps in its absolutism, that value should be judged by aesthetic criteria outside the market domain. Although it allows for the possibility that the market may at times reward authentic cultural production, it also raises healthy suspicions that cultural goods which cater to the lowest common denominator only do so to optimize financial gain. The manipulation of desire. The manipulation of consumer desire is an outgrowth of Marx's idea of secondary exploitation, the idea that no matter how much the worker is exploited as a producer, there might always be some surplus left over to be exploited as a consumer. Not just his basics, rent, or food, but all the products that, to however small a degree, could add something to his quality 145 of life. To stimulate demand, to create new markets for its excess capacity, corporations must constantly fabricate new desires and peddle new dreams. There is nothing particularly original about this observation. It goes back to the earliest writings of the Frankfurt School and, outside the Marxist camp, to Christopher Lasch's classic, The Culture of Narcissism, published in the late 1970s. There he wrote, "Advertisement plays seductively on the malaise of industrial civilization. Is your job boring and meaningless? Does it leave you with feelings of futility and fatigue? Is your life empty? Consumption promises to fill the aching void, hence the attempt to surround commodities with an aura of romance, with allusions to exotic places and vivid experiences." Point 20. What has changed is that advertising is now confronted by a world-weary, ironic consumer who has become more elliptical and abstruse in his preferences. Advertising must, therefore, to an ever-increasing degree, stimulate interest by subtly distancing the narrative and imagery of the commercial from the commodity it advertises. By way of association, it often peddles an illusion of freedom while making no direct allusions to the brand advertised. This is, in turn, reinforced by the state-of-the-art visual style, fragmented and fractured, multi-layered and distorted. Commercial producers, familiar with the iconic vocabulary of the audience, speak in terms of meta-narratives, parodies, and sampled riffs from pop culture. By doing so they not only flatter the individual buyer's cunning, they are able to simulate a grander and more dramatic context for their product beyond its limited use value. At times, high culture references are employed to give a sophisticated allure to the product. Q. Bach. A prominent stage actor recites Shakespeare on the virtues of fidelity and trust. Now Q logo, Union Bank of Switzerland. Or, Q Mozart. A blurry vehicle navigating tricky curves against a stunning alpine backdrop. Q logo, there is an art to living high. Jaguar. Other times, the product acts as a catalyst for daily life significant moments or, more depressingly, as a tease for what might be or might have been in a better world. A brand of coffee when poured hot and shared at a bay window becomes a symbol of reconciliation for the cute, estranged couple. The sport shoes pounding the inner-city basketball court become a symbol of excellence, camaraderie, and belonging. The utility vehicle perched on a mountain top symbolizes escape and a masculine longing for the free wilderness. Or, as in one recent McDonald's ad, a shy young couple on their first date by chance order the same toppings on their hamburgers, not only confirming McDonald's convenient flexibility, but also the promising common ground which binds this new couple together. By seamlessly integrating commodities into everyday life, and not just everyday life but its milestones: the first kiss, the son's first home run, the daughter going off to 146. College commercials proffer the illusion that the commodity advertised is not simply something to be consumed but a symbolic arena for life's precious moments. Though the goal remains as crass as ever to sell more goods, the veiling effort could not be more sophisticated. Capital, in its esoteric interests, as Haug deftly summarized it, adopts the lofty illusion that it is the highest creator of the human spirit, and not profit, which is its determining aim. 21. Even if these points have been made over and over again, the fact of the matter is the deception is getting subtler, more sophisticated, and more endearing to the viewer. And in many ways more sinister. One recent advertisement features a pair of toddlers lecturing their parents on the benefits of digital video technology. Reciting complex technical jargon as if it were entirely natural and spontaneous to them, the baby actors are meant to reinforce the notion that power will soon lie in the hands of a younger generation who consume the most up-to-date technology product. And, yet, the whole message is packaged in terms of a harmonious family environment, or, at least, Madison Avenue's idea of it. Parents look on lovingly, flattered by their offspring's intellect, not realizing that they are, in fact, the butt of the joke. This kind of vacuous escapism may be bad, social status may be falsely determined by the kind of mark you have on your shoes, but if the fetishized meaning attached to banal objects were to be taken away, would we be any better off? What would people do when deprived of their illusions, of their escapes, no matter how artificial and short-lived? Some years ago, a lobbying group for advertisers launched one such appeal in an attempt to show that a world without advertising would be drab and dreary indeed. Between static shots of a city denuded of billboards and neon, it spliced darkly comical images of Romanian state television during the Ceausescu era, grey newscasters speaking stiffly against a white background as folk dancers twirled aimlessly in the background. Their message was twofold. Not only does advertising add color to our universe, it provides the funds that allow for a greater variety and sophistication in our entertainment. But beyond the tension the ad campaign raised between the manipulation of desire through advertising and the lack thereof lies a deeper tension between a life stimulated by manipulated forms of escape and a life without. We defer again to the remark of Lukács. The man of the fetishized world, who can cure his disgust with the world only in intoxication, seeks, like the morphine addict, to find a way out by heightening the intensity of the intoxicant rather than by a way of life that has no need for intoxication. Point 22. We might readily agree that a rampant consumerist addiction reflects an empty life, that parents who accommodate every material whim of their 147 children to compensate for not spending enough time with them, are not harmonized with their natural parental duty, or, even, that couples who go shopping together to avoid conversation during their free time and then make purchases which, like newborn babies, refortify the relationship, are somehow alienated from true love. But what exactly is a life free of intoxication? What kind of life has no need for sporadic escapes into a heightened experience, whether through movies, pulp fiction, or personal experiences? In this respect, Lukács' comment that intoxication, or the need thereof, reflects a disgust with the world, rings awkwardly pious. Through the avenues of entertainment, sports, drugs, sex, or alcohol, we may be only exercising a natural right to heightened experience, to access worlds and vistas greater than our own, heroes, ecstasy, self-validation, or any number of experiences that transcend the normality of our daily lives. If these are all symptoms of alienation, then there is certainly nothing wrong with it. Thus, we must tread carefully when considering, as Marxist culture critics had the tendency to do, the corporate world's manipulation of desire as a one-sided and purely self-interested act of emotional exploitation for the sake of profit. Pray it might on the lonely people who live grey dismal lives, the ghetto poor or social unoriginals who moronically seek status through brand name items or shirts emblazoned with the logos of prestigious schools they did not attend. There are, indeed, fetishes at work here, and false projections of consciousness, and many other symptoms that can be traced back to Feuerbach's pioneering work in the field of religion. And now, one step beyond Feuerbach, not only do people project onto these fetishes, as in organized religion, qualities which they find lacking in themselves, there is a whole industry that does it for them, that creates and continuously updates this hip and sexy vision of a better world. But for all their awareness of the insidious nature of the culture industry, critics may be powerless to deny people the autonomy to choose their spice in life. For the issue is not only how the naive are financially exploited, but also how the leisure and culture industries nourishes the contrast between work and play, reality and unreality, between the routine and the fest, all those ecstatic moments in which we become incredibly aware of the preciousness of life. Anyone is free to forego alcohol, popular culture, junk food, or trash art. Anyone is free to forego intoxication and escape. But, except for a few satisfied ascetics who live on bread and water alone, most people would prefer to have goods and services that add color to their lives. Given the need for escape, blanket condemnations of mass culture have little redeeming value. For the alternative assumes a rare and almost unattainable ideal, the highly educated esoteric with an active internal dialogue, so active, so driven by a love for learning and creative expression, that he neither seeks nor requires any external stimulants. If this is what those who condemned the capitalist culture industry aspired to, then it was a fairly narcissistic campaign indeed. It modeled itself 148 on a vision of themselves, highly educated upper-middle-class European bourgeois, as ideal antidotes to the onslaught of mass culture. Nonetheless, there was a grain of truth in their narcissism. The more educated we are, the more we are exposed to a diverse set of subcultures and sensual experiences. The more complex our identity, the better equipped we are to manipulate the manipulators. By becoming creators rather than consumers, by sifting through the grab bag of cultural goods that present themselves to us, and building from it our own personal mental universe, the more able we are to affirm our own identity. In that respect alone, education is the best weapon against the patronizing cynicism of the advertising industry, one that assumes that its target audience can only expand its personal identity by association with consumer products. That aspect of Marxist culture theory is still relevant. Beneath the critique of mystification lies the fact that the advertising industry and the corporate consumer culture bestow on the consumer a false sense of individuality. Thus, though we might find the elitism of the Marxist culture industry school misguided, particularly because their education did not extend to youth culture and the street, their intentions are sound. They rest on the hope that man can and will develop himself enough to create his own world, and that by gaining an authentic voice he will not need to hide behind transparently false and commodified extensions of his identity. The simulation of reality. The contrast between authentic and inauthentic forms of leisure is also reflected in the third application of Marxist culture theory, the ideas of reproduction and simulation. In its various guises, whether Debord's society of the economic realm developing for itself, or Baudrillard's simulacra, the idea of simulation relates to the tendency of capitalist society to distort, reproduce, or repackage reality in ways that can be made more accessible to its market. It goes beyond the contrast between being and having, to one between having and appearing to have. Simulation waters down and distorts, it is shameless in its pretensions, and vulgar in its tastes. Under the democratic pretext of making authentic culture accessible to the masses, it recreates the original model, disembodied from any meaningful context. It shapes and prunes to fit the needs of the market, not the substance of the original. Behind the airport Irish theme bars with their fake weathered wood, Las Vegas's corny recreations of Paris or Venice, ethno-chic trends in fashion, intifada scarves, or Rastafarian dreadlocks, cuisine and music, and the retro trend in design new products based on old designs that appeal to consumer nostalgia, we can easily recognize the hallmarks of postmodernism. Simulation is that aesthetic sensibility of mix and match, of irony and 149. Pastiche, of melted borders between high and low culture and among all the genres in between. It is the playful juxtaposition of the old, new, and the renewed or new old, that has been identified as the cultural logic of late capitalism. That logic, it was thought not too long ago, expressed a kind of end station of aesthetic and cultural maturity. Once there were no longer any fixed patterns of taste, once the whole historical arsenal of cultural reference points can be interchangeably pilfered, and, finally, once there is no longer any orthodoxy to revolt against, then one can only assume that what lies ahead will be, at least in the short to medium term, more a multiplication of reference points than any fundamental qualitative shift. If now there seems to be a Thai restaurant on every corner, in a few years, customers will be able to choose Isan Thai, Northeast, which is spicier, or Southern Thai, which uses more coconut. On the near horizon, we can envision a continuous breaking down of cultural archetypes into small and smaller units, a kind of hyper-defined reality based on the proliferation of options. But at a deeper and more sinister level, the creativity of capitalist simulation is now such that it co-opts aesthetic paradigms and cultural forms that previously resisted co-option, that were, so to speak, unpackageable. In fact, today more than ever before, corporate marketing strategy masquerades behind iconography that is deliberately anti-corporate, anti-convention, and anti-uniformity. It celebrates rebellion and trend-bucking, all to flatter the underdeveloped individualism of the passive consumer. The lounge cafes with their artful scattering of new-use sofas and reggae soundtracks are nods to bohemian culture that can be reproduced without any authentic bohemians. And sterile French brasseries open up in American cities with yellowing, pre-nicotine-stained walls, nodding again to the intellectual smoking culture without any need for smokers. This kind of stylized scruffiness borrowed from the counterculture betrays a popular longing for cozy, familiar, and non-mass-produced environments, and capitalism has responded precisely by mass-producing such environments. As the competition intensifies, the lifespan of counterculture novelty narrows. The lag time between an original and a simulation, between a new counterculture fad and its co-option by the corporate mainstream, is getting shorter and shorter. No matter that when these fads are co-opted they lose much of their original meaning, their social context, and their intrinsic value. Whether it's the baggy pants of ghetto hoods repackaged with better cloth and marketing in the suburbs, the cutting-edge art school graphics internalized in mainstream pop videos, or indie rock anthems spliced into segments on the evening news, Always just enough original meaning can be salvaged to give standard fare an added cachet. The critic facing this scenario can only speculate when the limits will be reached. When the competition for novelty, stolen or borrowed from outside the mainstream, when all the attempts at shock, revulsion, hyperactive 150 cameras, and frenetic bombardment of imagery will reach a saturation point. Already, in the world of fashion and glamour magazines, particularly those that consider themselves cutting edge like Interview or ID, all one finds is a one-note song, a variation on the gratuitously obscene. There are playful and knowing images of mutilated mannequins, coon-eyed heroin junkies, sluttiness, suffering, sadism, and pedophilia, and umpteen tiresome takes on sexual ambiguity. Modern art is often little better, with celebrated young artists engaging in irritating forms of sacrilege for the sake of sacrilege. One could well say that there is nothing wrong with preserving animals in formaldehyde or displaying animal feces on a portrait of the Virgin Mary, or a crucifix soaked in urine, or a live female nude wrapped in sausage links, all recent works by prominent artists. What is disturbing is that these acts are presented as worthy aesthetic statements about the present day. If that is so, then all we can say is that the present is marked by decadence, not in the loose sense of the term, but rather in the sense that art as critical opposition to a given status quo no longer has any meaning. Its own paper tiger dynamic overemphasizing, for example, the repressive nature of conventional norms, example religion, in order to satirize them is already an outdated sensibility. And the showy use of grotesque imagery as code language for rebellion, novelty, and transcendence, however much accompanied by high-culture textual exposition, hardly extends beyond the clever graphics of modern advertising. To be sure, as the English art critic Stallobras has pointed out, the shock values employed by modern artists are, in themselves, a defense mechanism against the possibility of rapid co-option. 23 But such a defense is increasingly fragile simply because the language of shock and satire has already been mainstreamed to the point that the capitalist culture industry can manipulate it as an effective marketing tool. Perhaps, the only redeeming value of this decadence is that it has a limited lifespan. The past teaches us that it will reach a point of exhaustion, that culture is, in fact, not a static vision of beauty but a pendulum swinging between the tingle of rebellious outrage and the comfort of the familiar. Indeed, art did not end with the black-on-black boxes of the 1960s or the sophomoric taboo shattering of the 1990s, nor will fashion sink irreparably into heroin chic. Realism in art is eternally recurring, plaid skirts and khakis will make a comeback, and all will be well again. What this implies is that the critic must respect the corrective mechanism embedded in consumer culture. The only note of sadness that can be accentuated is that, despite the critic's rhetorical flourishes and pulsating ideals, the art consumer's corrective mechanism is the only one that seems to count. The new technological era. Banality is the outcome of the perversion of value, the commercial manipulation of desire, and the simulation of reality under capitalism. It infects the 151 hallowed ground of leisure, and seduces the weak to project themselves falsely onto material goods. It is not only bad or derivative taste, it is vulgarity masquerading as freedom. All these things, subsumed under the Marxist critique of banality outlined above, still hold true in many cases today. But that critique has two major flaws. Firstly, it can only rail against, but cannot accommodate, the fact that masses will choose, and have always chosen, simple forms of escape. In the pre-television era of the 19th century, the zealots of socialist activism bemoaned the working man's love of drink, the precious few hours of leisure squandered down at the local bar. So they formed workingmen's reading clubs, debating societies, discussion groups, and choirs. But ultimately, such well-intentioned efforts made little impact. The tedium of a day's labor demanded a stressless release, body camaraderie, and bacchanalia, however brief and prosaic. This remains an iron fact. And the problem, if we could call it that, seems insurmountable. There is little that we can add other than to suggest, only half ironically, that at least the institution of the corner bar provided an arena for conversation, joke-telling, and a playfully therapeutic processing of the day's events. It also established long-term friendships and, overall, reinforced a sense of local community. These days, suburbanization has killed the corner bar, giving way instead to atomistic forms of leisure, video outlets, net surfing, or cable sports networks. The second flaw of the Marxist critique of banality is that it is locked in a rather archaic doomsaying about the oppressive dimensions of technology. This is a recent flaw in the sense that, up until a decade ago, mankind did seem at the cusp of all sorts of brave new world scenarios. The cultural critic's response was to demonize the impersonal dimensions of technology. At that time, artists could still proffer video installations of black and white television static as profound aesthetic statements of anime, and industrial rockers like Unsters and Nubotten could legitimately grind away with chainsaws and pneumatic drills to declare the end of music. But all these efforts to denounce, while reveling in, Western technologically induced decline seem now quaint at best. It is no longer shocking to condemn advertising for seducing the young and feeble, to condemn television for its tried and tested formula of sex and violence, to condemn glamour magazines for feeding escapist visions of the good life to lonely people, to condemn group tours as an inauthentic experience of foreign cultures. For over a century now the denouncement of consumerism and technologically induced social atomism have been central to the platforms of a wide range of critics, neo-Luddites, Emersonian Democrats, and Deweyan socialists, the Frankfurt School, postmodern semioticians, and neo-Marxist sociologists. But all such pessimism, fueled often by nostalgic laments for some primordial community, is now being challenged by a new optimism about scientific progress and its benefits to the common man. The Frankensteinian vision of technology as man's creation run amok, an oppressive force that would either turn 152 man into a cog in a mechanistic behemoth or simply obliterate him in a nuclear catastrophe, now seems more obsolete than ever before. Rapid advances in genetic science and medicine due to the ability of supercomputers to process data sequences rapidly, the democratization of information access due to the Internet, and the harmonization of technology and art to create sensual and hyper-realistic fantasies are all positive dimensions of this new technological era. The democratization of creative expression. Indeed, the democratization of expression that low-cost technologies and, particularly, the Internet have fostered seems, on the surface, to be a positive development. It certainly challenges a number of the basic tenets of capitalism. Firstly, it circumvents all the constraints imposed on normal retail outlets such as economies of scale or limited shelf space. Thus, the amount of available goods is multiplied far beyond conventional or vulgar tastes. Now, every imaginable taste or consumer good, no matter how rarefied, whether a 1940s comic book, Chinese herbal medicine, or alligator skin boots, can be easily sated. Secondly, all the doomsayers who have condemned the growing standardization and uniformity of society, must now reflect on the millions of personal websites that empower individuals to express themselves to the outside world. And those doomsayers who condemned the enemy of the lonely suburban dweller must now reflect on the millions of chat groups that unite the like-minded. Finally, all the anti-capitalist doomsayers who forecast an ever-expanding corporate structure of hierarchies must now contend with the new economy's liquid power structures that are manipulated by those who best manipulate technology and ideas in rapidly changing work environments. It is the nonconformist innovators, not the loyal plodding clerks of the corporate system who will shape the economy of the future. As postmodernism did to our understanding of culture, so cyberage has subverted many previously accepted truisms of anti-capitalist rhetoric. You don't want to be exploited? Fine, create your own company and pay your own salary. You don't want to work in a generic office space? Fine, work at home. You think that the masses are manipulated by oligarchies of the culture industry? Well, how can this be when there are 500 television channels catering to every whim? Where are the organs of control? Where are the subliminal messages forcing you to buy, secretly expropriating your hard-earned dollar. Are we then not moving toward that nirvana where every man is in perpetual process of creation and reinvention, when the powers of his imagination are magnified and distributed through cyberspace, when skills which once took years to learn, whether to make a movie or play the piano, can now be circumvented by simply assembling pre-packaged creative products and calling them one's own? 153. On the other hand, at least in the field of art, technological democracy may turn out to be a mixed blessing. Its main significance seems to be in its simplification of one's complex creative processes. In music, the modern eclecticism where electropop sidles alongside 1970s soul-funk, Latin fusion, or drum and bass results not only from the creator's increased exposure to these forms, but from the simplicity of recreating them. The electronic samples are pre-packaged, the loops and riffs are all ready to be stirred into the soup. The composer-creators now compete with DJ recreators who have become celebrities in their own right, though the credits of their CD compilations modestly read produced by rather than composed by. Or is the former activity now the higher badge of honor? Likewise in film, the explosion of digital filmmaking and desktop-based video editing systems has enabled amateurs to make feature-quality films without passing through all the hurdles normally required to gain studio backing. One might think that this democratization of technology optimally satisfies Marx's vision of transforming consumers into creators. But the latest technology teases the impatient and may feed careless dreams. The evolution of the Sundance Film Festival is a case in point. Originally established as an independent showcase for low-budget films outside the Hollywood mainstream, it probably never assumed that films would become so cheap to make. The Hollywood mainstream was so small because few artists with an independent agenda or quirky sensibility could raise sufficient funds to cover the costs. Now over 60% of the films submitted to Sundance are largely autobiographical video diaries. 24 There is nothing wrong with the memoir genre per se. But when not subject to the critical review that studio films undergo based not on avant-garde cachet but on a story's narrative clarity and popular appeal, the democratization of filmmaking technology will hardly lead to better art. The fact that the story is now easier to tell does not necessarily make it more worthwhile telling. Finally, new technology in the form of cyberspace has generated an arena in which the smallest ideas can acquire a semblance of realization. Every trivial innovation becomes the raison d'être for a new dot-com company. Have you ever found it difficult to find home delivery for sparkling wine, a non-tacky wedding gift, thoughtful things to say to friends who have just lost a parent, or spare parts for your Citroën DS? As people abandon their 9-to-5 jobs to chase their entrepreneurial passion, however trivial it may be, one can only marvel at America's appetite for hyperconvenience, for the extra time or labor savings for which they are willing to pay a premium. Even those who seek only personal validation, cyberspace may provide but a semblance of self-esteem. Writers who cannot get published create their own webzine. The social dysfunctionals create their personal website. The knowledge that one's idea, prose, or photos are out in the public eye validates, with that special tingle of pride and self-satisfaction, one's existence in ways that the more conventional and complex arena of real-world ecom 154 accomplishment cannot. The difference, however, is that the freedom of cyberspace is unilateral, uncensored, unfiltered, and therefore delusional. Everyone becomes a hero in their own mind. Hits, no matter that they are the equivalent of a quick glance, a stroll by, a passing giggle, an overheard snippet of conversation, become the point of validation. The multitasking viewer. Certainly, if we observe the contemporary pop culture diet, it does seem designed for animals with an increasingly limited attention span. But this is not necessarily because man is getting dumber. It may be just the opposite. In fact, pleasing a modern audience may be something like pleasing an impatient genius with conversation. It needs to be fed more layers of information, more visual clues and graphic messages, and at a far higher speed and rate of density. Subjects well known need not be reviewed, only hinted at. Basic arguments need not be rehearsed, one can immediately turn to more subtle forms of analysis. Media saturation has meant that the facts of the story are out there almost immediately, clearing the way for ever deeper probing of all possible tangents and interpretations. Again, this may not be something to lament. It may be a function of our maturity. The mainstream press has adopted the characteristics of good academic scholarship. The basic facts are quickly told. What completes the picture are the details and minor characters, the myriad of interpretive angles, in short, the meta-story. We can observe some of these changes more closely in televised sports commentary normally viewed by cultural elitists with some distrust. Here, we witness not a decrease, but an increase in the depth of the play-by-play analysis. Tactics are reviewed, and statistics are cited with greater sophistication. In American football, for example, a division of labor has emerged in the commentator's booth, with defense and offense specialists at the ready with expert analysis, anecdotal insight, and cutting-edge graphics. And rather than being manipulative or invasive, this is, to the informed viewer, a richer entertainment experience. The consumer is not sitting still, frozen at a fixed mental age. Thus, prominent Marxist critics such as Frederick Jameson, who claim that technology has separated art from the ability of the viewer to appreciate it, may overstate the case. 25 The consumer is always only 1 or 2 steps behind. This cannot be otherwise. For the media always relies on a convergence of meaning between producer and consumer, a consumer who today is hungrier and savvier than ever before. Sensual technology. Equally, the current state of pop music with its fractured beat, irregular pauses, multi-layered sounds, and jumble of sampled riffs corresponds to the way the consumer listens. Just by being able to download and create his own 155 CD, a little salsa, a little hardcore, some Delta blues or ethno-fusion, he no longer wants to, or perhaps no longer can, appreciate a singular idiom in its full and authentic context. Because every form of music now floats outside its immediate historic context, the digitalization and reissuing of many defunct records has reinforced this trend. It not only encourages eclectic comparisons and a broadening of tastes, but also re-evaluations and resurrections of previously derided art forms. While Adorno ridiculed Muzak, his posture seems in retrospect quite static as we watch the saccharine, sweeping strings of Burt Bacharach cleverly and convincingly repackaged by everything from Tokyo pop to London dance music. Little did Adorno know that the soothing tones of Muzak repackaged as retro lounge might provide a welcome, if highly ironized, relief to a knowing crowd exhausted by mindless noise rock. Along the way, the brave new world scenario of music has also fallen by the wayside. While the earliest electronic music such as Kraftwerk bought into a kind of misguided futurism, clinical, sanitized, and monotonous modern groups such as Air, Massive Attack, or Morcheeba, ply a sensual, eroticized sound of airy female vocals, hip-hop rhythmic syncopation, and elaborate sampling to defy those culture critics who saw technology as driving a wedge between art and human emotions. In fact, such groups have humanized the electronic medium as a flexible and expressive backdrop for highly sensual creativity. They use technology not only to retain but also to amplify the erotic component essential to all good popular music. Conclusion. In the newly interactive world, it is too early to tell whether the plethora of simulated realities provide every man with the next best thing to the original, or, instead, proffer a set of mentally damaging delusions. Will they widen horizons or foster a culture of atomized sociopaths? The fact of the matter is, the trajectory of the information revolution is still impossible to divine. The speculative madness that fueled information technology in the 1990s, one that envisioned a parallel online universe eventually subsuming the real world, has recently run up against sobering realities, namely, that web companies still need to make money the old-fashioned way by selling goods and services that people want to buy, that online publishing and music distribution may be the wave of the future but not until consumers, flooded with free information, have an incentive to pay, and that the much vaunted emancipatory claims for the knowledge economy may, given the stultifying narrow preoccupations of many so-called knowledge workers, turn out to be very hollow indeed. Point 26. One thing is clear. While the new technologies will democratize access to information, and provide various cultural benefits, example digitalization of archival material, they will also accelerate media saturation, commodification, and counterculture co-option. Without alternative strategies, capitalism will 156. Simply harness the new tools to sell more products to more people. How are we then to fortify the individual to withstand the encroachment? In this study we have formulated two general principles that are Marxian in character but also applicable to the post-communist age. A. To strive wherever possible to restrict market criteria in the determination of goods and services which have a social benefit. The Althusserian definition of communism, as the absence of relations based on the market, serves as the utopian end goal of that attempt. B. To enhance through political action, state-led or otherwise, the equitable distribution of access to the social surplus and thereby the individual capacity for self-development. Both these avenues have been explored in the present study and both offer possibilities to alleviate capitalism's tendency to perpetuate poverty and corruption. Banality is, for a variety of reasons, more resilient to institutional or political remedies. The choices individuals make regarding their leisure time, particularly whether to be entertained or educated, should remain free. And the dazzling diversity of cultural forms now available ensures that there is something available for every taste. Nonetheless, in terms of the capitalist encroachment on culture, i.e., its tendency to pervert value, manipulate desire, and simulate reality, there are two strategies that broadly follow the principles outlined above. Firstly, in terms of separating as much as possible the inherent value of cultural goods from their market value, one answer is to provide more public subsidies for cultural goods. In the United States, where government support for the arts is woefully underfunded, 27 there is a tremendous shortage of institutions that provide non-banal forms of leisure. This is particularly the case in rural areas, and even medium-sized cities in the provinces, where there are few alternatives to shopping and televised sports. There is a hostility in American society toward public support for the arts that is hard to explain but may relate to its hostility toward the artist in general. Some remnants of puritanical zeal contribute to a mindset that considers artists parasitical layabouts. An extremist pragmatism concludes that those who cannot make money from their creative output must not be any good. And, on the political level, there is a sense that the whole art community is held hostage to leftist interest groups who have no other ambition than to mock and satirize sacred American values. The disbursement of taxpayer funds will always be a battle over conflicting priorities. But to ensure that cultural products are not banalized, there needs to be a greater political will to subsidize cultural institutions, creative artists, and intellectuals. A starting point may be state-sponsored funding in rural areas remote from galleries, theaters, and the like. Funding should be directed not necessarily toward the most modern or innovative artists, but those whose narrative voices could restore to disembodied, media-saturated communities a sense of place and cultural heritage, cowboy poets, quilt makers, bluegrass mandolinists, and all the writers and artists who draw their inspiration locally. The focus on tradition would assuage conservative critics of state funding for the arts 157. Particularly by demonstrating that the writer or artist is not simply a self-indulgent parasite of the taxpayer but a conduit for restoring community-based narratives. Secondly, in terms of distributing social surplus to enhance self-development, the focus lies on education. The level of a consumer's education determines his vulnerability to banal forms of culture and leisure. Education not only allows the consumer to appreciate a greater number of cultural goods, it also provides us with the acumen to see through cynical attempts at manipulation by the culture producers. It heightens our aesthetic sensibility, making us immune to clichés, maudlin sentimentalism, gratuitous shock value, and any number of devices that are regularly employed by Hollywood and Madison Avenue. Finally, Education allows us to create ourselves. Once this urge to create has been kindled, we no longer feel the need passively to absorb conveniently packaged sensual stimuli. The institutional remedy is not only to promote public investment in education. It is also to promote investment in forms of education that broaden the mind but do not automatically have a financial return. For the skills that promote creativity and self-expression are not necessarily those most valued in the marketplace. And yet, it is these skills that enable us to see the world in a fundamentally different way. They give us the courage to take that leap of faith towards some more fulfilling realm. These truisms are the staple of any motivational speaker, but what Marx adds to it is the sense in which all these dreams remain empty without certain institutional remedies. This is not to disburden the individual of his responsibility. Ultimately, only he can take that leap of faith. But it is saying that no amount of self-respect and yearning for a more creative life can overcome the lack of institutional environments that will foster progress. This implies better resources for adult education, sabbatical programs, maternity/paternity leave, in short, resources which enhance the family environment and create space for self-realization. Television and human capital development. Increased investment in human capital will largely be wasted if we cannot wean children away from passive forms of leisure like television. Critics of television at times overzealously condemn its anti-intellectual bias. For today, we can easily surf away from soap operas to documentaries on Stalingrad or pandamating rituals, but they are right to express alarm at its deleterious effect on the development of the young mind. Television cultivates a lazy intellect and short attention spans, a dangerous function considering the amount of time that small children, particularly American, spend in front of it. According to U.S. surveys, 7 to 17-year-olds average between 25, 158, and 30 hours per week, while preschool children, who make up the largest TV audience in the country, may be viewing up to 60 hours per week. And according to the U.S. National Assessment of Education Progress, a test which measures reading skills among fourth graders, roughly 9-year-olds, 34% of the low scores, mostly male Black and Hispanics, watched more than 6 hours of television every day. 2 While many academic studies have documented the detrimental effects of TV viewing on child cognitive development, particularly in the language-sensitive period of infancy, the basic outcome can be expressed in a simple truism: it is easier to watch TV than to read, and it is easier to read than to write, yet only those children who can read and write well will excel in school and later life. As verbal, social, and communication skills suffer, as the inherent human capacity for complex thought is crippled, children increasingly prefer the entertaining sedation of television to the harder world outside. Television retards the development of the mind not so much by the material it communicates. After all, it simply allows the passive spectator to access richer and more diverse spectacles, but by the fact that it relegates the creative subject to a spectator role. In doing so, it consumes valuable leisure time, time which could better be spent elsewhere. In this respect, parents and other critics of the content of television programming miss the point. Instead of assuming that the television is a necessary reality in the life of the young and then seeking ways to improve it, they need to find ways, however radical this may sound, to stimulate mental growth independent of the television. A summary of research on the effects of television viewing on TV. Guide, online at http://www.sover.net/gmws/untv/research.htm. 2 Kate Zernicka, Gap Between Best and Worst Widens on U.S. Reading Test, New York Times, April 7, 2001. But perhaps most importantly, a significant social investment at the preschool level would equip individuals for self-development early on. Before they enter the workforce, children have no other obligation than to learn and play and develop themselves. It is, for the most part, an idyllic age of leisure. Yet, leisure time squandered early on will relegate the child, and future generations of children, to permanent spectators. In an age saturated with information and visual stimuli, the winners will be those who can process and recreate the raw data in new and original forms, ones that reflect their personal imprint. In this age, the level of education will increasingly become the distinguishing marker among people. Since power will be based on the ability to create, access, and manipulate information quickly, it will lie in 159. The hands of the superior intellects. The losers left behind will simply consume what others create. The work of Marx and the Marxists remains one of the main stimuli to thinking critically about the dehumanizing impact of capitalist relations. Even if we abandon radical social engineering and its documented human costs, we can still aggressively pursue a more modest goal, to chip away at the self-legitimating normality of market forces. This we can only do if we have the education to understand the ultimate goal, to live in a world where we express our true selves through our labor, where the people are represented through the political process, and where our leisure time is immune to the manipulative designs of the capitalist culture industry. It may be banal in its own right to conclude, after all this, that one elixir lies in better education for preschool children. But such a conclusion satisfies both conservative demands to focus more on family values and individual self-empowerment, and progressive demands that society provide equitable access to human capital development. 28 The difference between the two positions lies in the degree of willingness to allocate capitalism's surplus toward a goal that ultimately undermines its power.